is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Mother effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point is SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time. This is so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy is Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
It's back up, bitch. I'm a pop star. I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, hot Bugatti fame on. I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise. Loading up a bow gun. You can see me in the streets with my rays on. I'd be like, dating ain't for me, but he's handsome. How do you see a couple guys at the same time? I've been trying to figure out the name of my star sign. I feel it in the beat like, wow. Do you wanna hang out? No. You can catch me at the basement show. Like a Malo when I say so. So I'm a pop star. I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, hot Bugatti fame on. I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise. Loading up a bow gun. I don't play guitar. Music on my PC. Hands above the bars. Good to be alive. 300 in the bag. Never trust no one. I'll be on the rise. Fire like napalm. You can watch me go to space, but you can't come. I'd be like living for the gram and the income. How do you know a thing about what it feels like? I've been out you looking this good with my hands tied. I'll take you there. I'll get my bag. I'll take your man. Watch this space, hun.
OMG.
Damn. I'm looking better in a lamb. You know my PPL is French. Talk to the hand. I'll rat you out and send your asses to Japan. I'm a pop star. I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, hot Bugatti Veyron. I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise. Loading up a bow gun. I don't play guitar. Music on my PC. Hands above the bars. Good to be alive. 300 in the bag. Never trust no one. I be on the rise. Fire like napalm.
He's ready?
I think he'll crack this guy off.
Okay, guys, keep him clean. It's gotta be a ring-a-ding-dong dandy. Nice. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. What a move. He's airborne. Humpty's famous 4-egg omelets. Choose from 7 feature combinations. They're excellent.
You know, Humpty, maybe we should be a tag team.
You're out of here.
Come Tuesday, I love that idea. You might have saw it coming tonight, but come Tuesday,
I'm gonna come on you like nobody's ever come on you before.
Brutus, this is incredible. What a package. I'm gonna eat this.
I'm coming. I'm just gonna come as hard as I can.
Look at the size of that ass!
I am sick and tired of playing around with kids.
I mean, for God's sakes, I came.
I don't come.
What exactly is a female dog?
It's called a bitch, is the term.
I'm Ricky Morton. I'm from the old school. And when it comes to getting down, they say I'm the best in town.
Biscuits and gravy.
Dick. Balls. Pussy.
Ass.
Booker, I want to have sex with your wife.
It's sexual, baby.
Perverted sex. Bestiality sex. It was so bad that my balls were black. And my dick.
Yo, homeboy, welcome to the hood, brother.
Ooh, what's up, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks, and I am here watching the AEW World's End pre-show with you guys. We have a whole gang of AEW news to get into, including some very funny stuff. Darby Allin lit his brother on fire during a botched marriage proposal. Seth Rollins talked some shit about Vince Russo, and Vince Russo responded. He said some shit about Jim Cornette as well that we didn't get to because of all the holiday festivities, ladies and germs. So Merry Christmas. Happy New Year coming up. I hope you guys are having great holidays. I stay in the Christmas spirit. We leave our tree up and shit until like New Year, like January 1st is when we kind of, okay, time to reset. And so I hope you're all just like having fun. I know some people like celebrate Christmas on the 26th. You had a couple families, you go and see, your wife's family on the 27th or some shit. So I'm sure everybody's still in the holly jolly spirit. I hope you guys are doing well. And I hope you've had like just a good, jolly old time, a grand old gay old time this Christmas. And yeah, I definitely have myself. I've done a lot of Christmas festivity stuff. I think I have like a head cold or something. I'm not sure. We were around a lot of people. Drinks were swirling. And it was a good old time. Yesterday, what did I do? I just watched Stranger Things. I just binged out the three. And shout out my Canadians. Boxing Day as well was yesterday, but I didn't do shit. I just watched the 3 new Stranger Thingses. A lot of people are hating on it, but I'm like, finally we're picking up, and this feels like Stranger Things. This feels like peak Stranger Things, but I get it. Like but I've seen online people are like, nothing happened in these 3 episodes. It's like, what, dude? I don't want to spoil anything for anyone who hasn't seen it, but it's like, what? Some major shit happened during these things, but all good, whatever. That's for another show. But yeah, your boy Phil has been feeling a little under the weather, but we are here to rock on. This is just like I hope you guys watch the Christmas special as well. Again, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes and nordvpn.com/ProWrestleTimes. Those are my 2 plugs. The Christmas special is in pristine, unscathed condition over on Patreon. On YouTube, it's had it had to get edited down, like, because I was just playing clips from like TNA and all that shit, SmackDown and everything. So we're watching the pre-show here. The Sisters of Sin are about to wrestle. And we have the main card here. So on this pay-per-view, to preview things, Tony Storm. Yeah, so Mixed Nuts Mayhem. Speaking of Christmas time. You guys like the movie Mixed Nuts? So Mixed Nuts Mayhem. Death Riders, Tony Storm, Roderick Strong, and the Conglomeration. So why wouldn't, like, you just put a different girl in here and then have Mina and Tony in a tag match on the pre-show or something, because you're trying to establish that team? Oh, because they had to put Hyan and Maya World on here to do a job to fucking Sky and Hart, because everyone just flounders in AEW. But yeah, so that's just like an 8-person tag that I literally couldn't care less about, or could care less about. I don't know how the saying goes, but I don't give a fuck. And then we have the semifinals for the Continental Classic, Fletcher versus Moxley. Now, I predict that Fletcher took a couple of embarrassing losses in storyline during this thing, and so and then he's also taken some losses, but he still is in the semifinal. It's like, people are trying to put him over for this shit. It doesn't matter, though. I can't stress this enough. I don't know how to word it any differently than I have the last year. It doesn't matter what Moxley does. It's not getting anyone over. It's not affecting anything. And he put some people over in this tournament. That's great, but he's still a semifinalist in his side of things. So he should put Fletcher over. You know, that's the right thing to do. And I guess I did just say that it doesn't matter what he does, but it's not like him putting people over isn't a good thing or doesn't maybe help them, but it's just a matter of like, he's always just going to be doing what he's doing. There's never going to be, the Death Riders just tanked the ratings. He had the belt. I've explained this so many times, I'm going to puke. But it's like, it's in the briefcase, and then he fucking loses the belt, and then Hangman wins it, and then what changed? Nothing. They're just plastic bagging, trunking, tying people up, 8 against 1, pulling, walking out of the cell during the blood and guts and getting nail boards or bringing them into the ring or whatever the fuck, like fishbowl drownings, like title or no title. It didn't do anything. It was meaningless. So Mox putting people over is like the least he could do, but like, what does it mean when he's the semifinalist? It's not like one of these other guys made it to the semifinals and everyone's like, oh shit, him, whoever versus Fletcher. It's just Mox is gonna Mox, dude. So whatever. I've harped on that so much. Okada versus Takeshita. Okay. All right. That's gonna be dope. Takeshita should win again, but is that too much too quick? I struggle with that one because it's like they might try and stretch it out, and Tone is, Takeshita's this. Tone's just burying Nuge, man. So I don't know. I could just see Takeshita like losing this one on some bullshit and then like getting it back down the line or something. I don't fucking know, but Wrestle Kingdom's coming up and they're both on the card, but I don't think there's going to be any crossover there. Maybe there will be, but yeah. And then speaking of New Japan, Darby Allin's taking on Gabe Kidd, who by apparently the rumors and innuendo out there, I'll hit an X-Files here. The rumors and innuendo is that Gabe Kidd's contract is up in the new year here. Apparently, like a handful of New Japan guys' deals are up. We know that WWE allegedly offered the Knockout Brothers a deal. Allegedly. So who knows there? But Gabe Kidd is in AEW, folks. And he's fighting Darby Allin. I'd be willing to bet Allin gets the win. After, wasn't he in the hospital saying his legs didn't work, and then we're gonna watch a video where he almost like torches his brother, or he does torch his brother, and it almost goes awry. Well, it does go awry. And Gabe Kidd is great, but I mean, again, New Japan fans kind of turned on him because the way he kind of treats, I guess, the way they feel they're treated, he treats AEW, you know? Everybody treats AEW like this golden goose when it's like, we're right here, you know? And Gabe Kidd was the guy like fighting against Kenny Omega and like fuck AEW and all that stuff just for him to start showing up and do the old. And here's the thing too. If everyone didn't see the writing on the wall when Gabe Kidd started just randomly appearing and like doing these run-ins, and we're like, oh, no way, he's going to do the lamest, Tony Khan's going to do the lamest shit with Gabe Kidd ever. He's going to stick him with the Bumbleclaw clan. Like, obviously, that's what he does. It's like the lamest, most like, there's no crowd, by the way. I'm sitting here like, yo, are these crickets for me? Or is this the, it's awfully quiet in here. Yeah, so Tony did the lamest shit, and if it wasn't an issue, people wouldn't have picked up on it right away immediately. People wouldn't have picked up on, this is what you're going to do with Gabe Kidd, and okay, he's just clearly coming to AEW. And yeah, it's unfortunate. Gabe Kidd, again, he's a guy you could have brought in fresh. You could tell a story with. He could be so much more, but he's just in an interchangeable 8-man group where none of the guys matter. So yeah. Moving along, the Babes of Wrath versus Athena and Monet. I see the Babes of Wrath getting the W because we saw like Monet got the vision. Again, everything's backwards in AEW, but the way this is laid out is like you have 2 world champions. Monet got the pin over Willow in an 8-woman tag to earn Athena and Monet tag team title match. The dumbest thing ever. The literal fucking stupidest shit ever, okay? But Willow and Harley will get the pins over Monet and Athena, and then it'll lead to some bullshit where like Harley and Willow get singles titles matches against these folks respectively. Like, what's the next ROH pay-per-view? Athena versus Harley Cameron, you know, and then Willow versus Monet happens, and then eventually Monet and Athena will get those tag titles together, though. I could totally see that. And I will say one thing and put Monet over here. And I told you guys at the PWT Awards, y'all voted Tony Storm. My vote, honestly, your boy Phil's vote went to Mercedes Monet. Honestly, it did. And just because
sometimes in life you got to be a hoe.
They're Mark-ass awards where, like, I factor in the Mark kayfabe shit with the IRL shit. You guys know I broke it down. Watch the Christmas show if you want the end of the year awards results. It's like Whose Line, just none of it matters, you know? It's just a fun thing, which Dave is just having a Christmas meltdown about, which we'll get in to this week for Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week to start the new year. Dave always has a New Year Christmas meltdown over like, you know, AEW and people just not agreeing with his awards and stuff like that. And they're just such Mark awards. We'll get into all that.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I picked Monet because it's like, if we're going kayfabe, okay, she beat Ultimo's thing on a technicality, which is like in kayfabe. You know, if we're playing that game. She had all these belts, sure. She broke Jade's record with the TBS title this year. If we're looking at outside contributions, you know, she did put people over as well. Like, people thought she was just going to beat Tony. Then they thought she was going to beat Stat. The AEW world title is like that last one she's going to get that has been eluding her. Which also, and she put Alex Windsor over recently, who's been coping hard, who Tone's really trying to push because Will Ospreay's his bruv, right? And Tone is Ospreay's baby bruv. And so Tone is really pushing like Windsor now. Like she's doing these interviews. I'm not just whatever hire, a nepotism hire and shit. And then all of a sudden she's like pinning Monet and shit. It is what it is. But and then also Monet is likely one of the highest paid female wrestlers in the world right now. That's true too. So if you look at all those and like how many events has she wrestled on, I give it to Monet. Sure. I mean, yeah, I give it to Monet, whatever. But you guys voted Tony. That's totally fine. But I want to give Monet credit for one more thing to end the year. Like, this is the third time she's trying to get Athena up there with her. She's at least getting Athena fucking booked and shit because they're girls from WWE. And that's awesome, because I want to see more Athena. I think she was so fucking like one of the biggest flops of Tony's career here as a booker. Okay, I spent a lot of time on that one. AEW, because we got Eddie Kingston here on the pre-show. He's fighting the grizzled young veterans. We got a lot of news too. AEW Women's World Championship. Statlander versus Hayter. I want to say we've seen this already. I just don't see Hayter winning the title. And they're just lining, like Hayter went from their world champion. This is the thing. Tony forgets about people and then he just doesn't care unless you're like MJF or someone that he looks at as like, oh yeah, like this benefits me, which is like obviously, but it's just the way the perception is that people like he's the man of the people and he just, and I'm not saying he doesn't pay Hayter handsomely, she's definitely on salary. I'm not saying he didn't pay her that whole time she wasn't injured. And like, he's not a good dude in that way and shit, but he gets bored with some of these toys and then they just go away or they become glorified jobbers, man. And that's what Hayter's has become. She's like the girl that goes out there and you're like, oh, she's going to maybe win a match here or there, but she's going to lose the big one. And I just don't see her winning the title. I don't see many title changes here. Maybe the Bang Bang Gang. Well, I don't know. I think FTR in the Chicago street fight will pull it off against the Bang Bang Gang. And then I think we'll see a world title change. I just have a feeling, and maybe Joe pulls it out, but I just feel like he's got to go film Twisted Metal right away again, right? And if you think about it, I think Avengers is all done, right? Did they wrap Avengers? I should Google that. Did they wrap filming Avengers Doomsday? Yes, it's wrapped. It wrapped. So according to Google, maybe that's off, but like Anthony Mackie's free now, and so he's gonna be filming Twisted Metal, and Samoa Joe's gotta go do that. So I'm sorry if that's a fucking spoiler, but we are getting a title change here in the world title. I don't think it'll be Swerve. I don't think it'll be Hangman again. I don't think it'll be Swerve again yet. I think he'll get it again. I think it'll be Swerve or MJF. But I also just don't. I think maybe we'll get Swerve and Hangman teaming up more, and then they'll beat FTR or some shit like that. I think MJF's walking away with this world title, and that's why he had nothing to do with the Diamond Ring. And it's just exactly what I've said a billion times. Phil, don't miss, dude. It's just when MJF's done filming shit, he gets the belt. And then some people trade it around until Joe's done filming shit. And then he gets the belt. And that's just pretty much all Tony's got in his bag right now. So if they go with Swerve, okay. Like I could see it because he's like I could see Swerve and MJF. But I think they're kind of leaning on Paige and Swerve kind of doing this unlikely part, which again, well, it's a different relationship, I guess, but Hangman and Kenny already kind of did that. It's just, we're kind of just rehashing stuff now at this point. So yeah, that's so did I even give picks? So the mixed nuts, I'm going to go, like who even cares? We'll say Death Riders get the win. Okada Takeshita. I feel like there's more juice to. I'm just gonna say Okada because that's like a gut feeling, but like Takeshita's kind of what should happen, you know. But Okada, I could just see them like squeezing more juice out of this between these two, and then maybe like maybe like Takeshita defends at Wrestle Kingdom, then we get a face off over there or something, and then it implies like Okada might wrestle there again, or maybe that's too much. Maybe that's wishful thinking of Tony to do something dope for Japan. You know, semifinal, Fletcher should win that. If he doesn't, I mean, what the fuck are we doing? Allen's gonna beat Kidd. Babes of Wrath will beat Athena and Monet. Stat will beat Hayter. I think the Bang Bang Gang, like Tony does that with the tag titles all the time. He'll just like put them on people you just kind of don't expect, but you know, even if it's like a short run, like Brodito or whatever. I'm just gonna say FTR. But if Bang Bang Gang won, I wouldn't be shocked because it's a street fight, and I could just see like, because the fans love juice and shit, you know. And then the main event, I'm just gonna pick MJF. Yeah. So those are my picks. So guys. Let's get into some AEW news, and then we'll talk WWE news as well, kind of as AEW starts like this mixed nuts match. Do we give a fuck? I'm going to read news during that. You know what I mean? So we'll talk about SmackDown as well. Remind me, chat, okay? So let's do that. Whitest Rabbit 69 has been a member for 13 months. Let's fucking go. I appreciate your membership so much. I acknowledge you guys. You can gift memberships, you can super chat in, or just hit the like button if you support what I do. I appreciate you guys.
Acknowledge me.
Member shows rule. Member Mondays going down. Okay, Ortiz makes a run out. So what's Tony like seeing Mike Santana and going, oh, we'll use Ortiz again after no reason, after benching him for no reason, you know? And then why would you play Eddie's music? He got his ass beat. I don't know. Lex, what's going on here, buddy? You watching this?
I don't know.
Me neither, dude. Okay, so now Eddie. Oh, I thought he grabbed a mic. I thought he grabbed a goddamn mic. Fightful, High-End, and Maya World are both highly regarded in AEW. Okay, then push them. Then don't just job them. Don't fucking... They're highly regarded. What does that mean? All of your employees should be highly regarded. I'm going to bookmark this. That sounds highly retarded to me. All of your fucking talent should be highly regarded, you know? They're highly regarded because they stepped in and fucking really bailed Tony out from looking like a clown and then ran to the sheets and testified on behalf of fucking the shit everyone was talking. Yeah, dude, I'm redacted. I'm highly redacted, bro. What's going on? I'm drinking coffee. Might crack a beer in a bit, but holy fuck have I drank a lot over the last no, not even a lot. Like I can't drink like I used to, you know. It was a great time. But I definitely like my, you know, I got the sniffles and throat is hoarse and it's like fuck, you know. I was around like a bunch of people and shit. Obviously, as you do around the holidays, or you try to do if you can, right? Okay. Yeah, these promo packages are all right. Anyways, let's chat saying the amount of people who debuted in this AEW year only to use their first match is kind of crazy. PWT is highly goated, highly regarded as jobbers. If Ortiz was only returning to just take hits, then that's a burial. Chad is highly regarded. Even Lex is stumped. Hell yeah, chat. Hell yeah. Okay, let's get into it is time, everybody all together at the same time now. Ichi ni Sanda. And of course, the best guys, Tony Khan. Gonna get into. So in just random indie / AEW stuff, HOG world champion Charles Mason worked the ROH tapings today at Hammerstein Ballroom. So good for him. And good for HOG, I guess. It was a talent exchange. I sat off the show and they got our world champion. Oh, good. So Danhausen's AEW contract is set to expire around February 2026. So in the new year, look for Danhausen to pop up in WWE. Yeah, AEW. We all wish this whole time. Here's the thing. Some dirt sheets have floated some rumors out there that, WWE's worried that Danhausen's goofiness and style wouldn't really work in WWE or whatever. And then you see the segment like you saw on SmackDown, the Happy Holiday SmackDown, where like Joe Hendry and R-Truth and everyone's out there. It was like the perfect comedy segment match or whatever. And Danhausen could totally make that shit work, especially. And I'll just be honest, like, you could main roster him. I bet he'd get super over and you'd sell 1 billion of his action figures and all those, and his face paint masks and all that shit. You'd sell a bunch of that shit. Trust me, in his shirts. He has cool ass shirt designs. Danhausen blocked me too at one point. I've never said an unkind shit about him, but I reacted to what a dirt sheet said one time. There was like a story they wrote and I like quote tweeted it or whatever. And then like I was blocked by the dude. And I was like, what the fuck? So, and I wasn't even like hating on him or anything. I was like, whatever. Maybe he just didn't like the fact that people were even commenting on because this dirt sheet like lied about whatever was going on in his life or whatever. So, but I don't fucking hate on Danhausen, dude. It's people's social media. Like, people interpret it as individuals, however they are going to interpret someone else's social media. You're allowed to block me, bro. I don't take offense. I still love Danhausen. I always will. And, I think WWE could just keep him in NXT and AAA and all that shit. And he would do awesome shit as well. I think he could work on the main roster as well. I think they'd know what to do. But at the same time, like even if they kept him as a AAA NXT guy who just pops up, he's like the new Joe Hendry now that Joe Hendry's on SmackDown or whatever. That would be awesome. So hopefully when he does come back to WWE, he's in like tremendous physical shape. And he's like working out at the Nightmare Factory or with Natty Neidhart and TJ or whatever, right? Like hopefully he's just fucking ready to go. And I'm not gonna lie too, AEW, they booked him well to begin with, but he's just friends with Punk and Tone doesn't like that shit. That's all it is. And we know that Tony, we know that Tony admitted, or Dave admitted that Tony contacted Dave in 2019 and was like, we promise we'll make the shows better. And then someone else said that I think it was Jericho. Yeah, Jericho just told a story recently on his pod that Tony was mad that Dave didn't give this one Jericho match 5 stars. We know that Dave Meltzer's admitted to like pushing and booking ideas for AEW and shit this year. I mean, Tony's completely exposed as a fucking fraud, dude. And we can absolutely attribute it to, and Dave's a fraud, but Tony's a fraud. He has been. He's just lying through his teeth. He has just been booking for Dave this whole time, literally and figuratively, And Danhausen's just friends with Punk, so he's just like benched and no one knows why. And Tony did book Danhausen well to begin. When he squashed Danhausen on like his first match with Tony Nese, it was like, dude, perfect. Now do that to Orange Cassidy. That's what should have happened to Orange Cassidy. You'd have had everything. Like, it's not like these guys can't rise up or whatever, but it's these goofy characters. They're going to be endearing and get over with kids, and then they're going to win matches here and there. or it's just like this goofy, you know, he just randomly pops up and curses people, you know. Tony Nese, and like Tony Nese was a great competitor as well, but again, he just kind of got lost in the shuffle. And I thought he was good in WWE. He's good in AEW. He's got a great look, you know, he's a good wrestler. It's like another guy that, hey, start a junior heavyweight division or whatever the fuck. And just, anyways, I'm going to harp on Danhausen too much because I'm a fan, but he should get to WWE as quick as he can. Chuck Taylor revealed that he went under the knife this week for his neck surgery. Swerve and Ospreay responded under his IG post. And yeah, he just had neck surgery here for Chuck E.T. I hope he gets better. I hope he gets better and better. So speaking of junior heavyweights and getting better, Jack Perry reflected on his growth over the past 2 years after the things that went on, like with the CM Punk thing and everything. Now, I think it's funny he's saying all this now. When Anna Jay, there's rumors she's trying to go to the Fed, or that like her deal's up and she's open to negotiating elsewhere and all this stuff. And Ty J came back just for them to, again, they're just nothing, you know? Sammy Guevara is kept in Ring of Honor. He was one of the 4 pillars. Now he's just a Ring of Honor guy. And Ty Mello, or whatever the fuck, Ty Conti, Tony doesn't give a shit anymore. And now Ty J or whatever, they came back for a little bit. You would think they would be more established in the tag division, but they're fucking not. They were like a tag team before there was a tag division, you know, but they're not. Anna Jay might dip the fuck out, and Tony's going to lose Anna Jay to NXT possibly. Now, I would hedge my bet on fucking WWE being willing to play ball. You know what I mean? Like they would say, yeah, can't bring your boyfriend here. Or Punk would be like, yeah, I'm okay with, they clear it with Punk. He's just Jack Perry's daddy. You know, I wouldn't be shocked if WWE would just be willing to bank on her and sort of, it's just like throwing darts at Tone in AEW. Like they're at that stage. It's just, it is what it is, man. WWE's going to keep fucking AEW up. We know that Triple H and HBK, like, you know, they've been fucking hitting Tone where it hurts. You know, I don't even want to say below the belt. I think Tone did that by taking shots at Cena and Undertaker and calling people bald assholes and all this bullshit. But at the same time, though, I could see WWE being like, yo, fuck you. We're not hiring you because Jack Perry, if he shows up here, it's going to cause problems. You know, but do you guys think HBK, if his desk got bumped in front of him, do you think he would be like, I feared for my life on NXT? You know, even HBK's been in crazier fights than that in the locker room, you know? And so I just don't know if Punk would be down with that shit. Because Jack Perry would want to show up when Anna Jay had big matches or certain matches. He'd have to like make sure Punk wasn't going to be there. And what if Punk just surprise shows up like he does at some of these events? What happens then? So I just don't know if it's the move, but Jack Perry's saying this now. I think I feel like I've grown a lot from it, but I feel the growth came from a lot of, it sounds dramatic to say pain, but it wasn't the nicest of times for most of that time. I think it really freed me in a lot of ways. It's kind of like before all that feels like another lifetime at this point. And I think back to how I felt before that. And I think a big thing I had was like, it sounds silly. I just wanted everyone to like me. What the fuck? This is the problem. I just wanted everyone to like me. Then why were you starting shit backstage? And okay, so what are you trying to say? And maybe this is me psychoanalyzing it too much. Maybe it's not this deep. So were you doing the shit to try and appease the Bucks? Because as the story goes, Jack Perry's like, I want to do this thing with Glass, or someone's like, he wants to do this thing with Glass. with real glass. And then Punk's like, we don't do that shit here. Do it on Wednesday. And then if that's what's being relayed, are the Bucks like, no? And then apparently like Tone and the Bucks were sending people to Saturdays to sort of fuck with Punk or whatever. That's the rumors that are out there. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But what is Jack Perry saying by I just wanted everyone to like me? So you like wanted the Bucks to like you, so you're like going out of your way to fucking do you're trying not to get in trouble with that. Is that me looking too much? But what does that mean? You weren't trying to get Punk to like you. That's for sure. Or maybe you were trying to get him to like you, but then you had your fucking bosses breathing down your neck and you're like, I want them to like me fucking more or two. I don't know, man. It just seems like a weird thing to say because you ended up getting in a fight and fucking talking shit into the camera and all this shit. It didn't seem like you were being agreeable and trying to get people to like you, bro. Anyways, he says, I was new to being on TV. This was my dream job since I was a little kid, and I wanted to do it perfectly, and I wanted everyone to like me, and it's not something I worry about so much in my real life, but this was different. I kind of wanted to micromanage it and make it perfect. So then when I would come up short of that, it was very disappointing, and I think coming up short of anything sucks. Come up short at the line at fucking Disneyland, brother. What are you talking about? But doing it in such a public way, no wonder you're so frustrated. But doing it in such a public way, and then there are a million people telling you you're a piece of shit or whatever, it's hard. Dude, if a million people are telling you you're a piece of shit, you might got to reevaluate some shit. And I think through all that, I finally realized there are some people that are never going to like me no matter what I do. And in a way that was really freeing because man, the lack of self-awareness, bro. Everyone loved you, Jungle Jack. Everyone loved you, and Punk was forcing himself to like you. And I've pointed this out. The way everyone goes, oh, CM Punk is just a corporate buttlick, playing the game, trying to be nice, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he was doing the same thing in AEW, guys. That's why you have that video of him saying, if you don't like Jack Perry, there's something wrong with you. Because fucking for some reason Jack Perry's an unlikable motherfucker, and even when they turned him heel, they did not know how to lean into it properly. Okay, and so Punk was doing that shit too. He was trying to be like, oh, come on guys, Jack Perry's a great young fellow. That was him doing the corporate. He was trying. That's why he went out there with Tony Khan during the press conference. Punk and Khan multiple times, those two. Why did Jericho not like that? Because it was fucking Jericho and Tone before. You guys know what I'm saying? And it just, Punk was trying to do that shit. Okay, and everyone pushed him away. And he gave them their second wind after who did they push away? Rhodes, who was trying to do that from the beginning of AEW. That's what he was trying to do. And Dave and the fucking Uber sickos drove them away. And that's the problem, man. So it's like this guy, some people aren't going to like me. Bro, everyone loved you and Jurassic Express. Or Luchasaurus or whatever the fuck. Yeah, Luchasaurus and Jurassic Express. What was his name? Kill Switch. That's it. So everybody loved that shit. Okay, it's just that you fucked up. You became a mark for yourself. They turned you heel and then tried to make you, I'm hardcore, man, the way Moxley's like a hardcore short bus driver. They tried to give you that. No, you're not hardcore. You're a little Hollywood bitch. Okay, a little whiny bitch, and you need to lean into that. You need to be your dad on 90210 with Anna Jay in your corner. They've never done that. Anna Jay's about to leave the company, and they've never put them on camera together, healing on people, being like, we're the hot shit couple.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Tony's a hack, bro. He stinks. He says, and I just realized there are people here, whatever. The people that really matter to me, I think I'm good with. I don't know. A little controversy is fine, too. It's funny because if you had gone back 10 years ago and someone showed me this is going to happen, I'd be like, to me, are you serious? But now also it kind of is what it is. And I think as much as, and then think about the humiliation ritual that fucking Tony Khan put this guy through.
Great.
The humiliation ritual that Tony Khan put this fucking guy through playing that shit on air, playing that fight on air, quote unquote, where he gets choked out. Oh my God, man. He just felted him on air, and then this guy did psychological damage to him, and he's like venting it on Renee Paquette. You know what I mean? In the time when it was happening, it all felt terrible, but I think it forced me to realize things are that are bigger life things. Yeah, and you got choked out, and your boss aired it on TV, and you got sent to Japan, and you took it. You just took it, and then to appease them, and then you fucking have psychological damage from that shit. Jack Perry, that's fucking cooked, man. And now you're on the pre-show of this shit, doing an old shtick. Holy man. So we talked about injuries and whatnot. The Young Bucks will not be cleared for the remainder of 2025. Kenny Omega says this maybe gives him a chance to take care of something he needs to. And I don't know. Some people think he's going to get Andrade. So we have some Andrade news as well. Let's see. Speaking of Jack Perry, he defeats Pac. The entire Gold League is tied at 6 points heading into the final night, but Moxley ultimately pulled through. And then whoever, so this is already official as well, or we'll circle back to that. Sorry. So where is it here? We have some. So let's see here. I just want to see if we have the some Andrade shit. So yes, this is it. Andrade is free to sign with any wrestling company. This is according to Sean Ross Sapp and Fightful Select. He's free to sign with any wrestling company now that he wants. Roosh connected him with an attorney that was able to get his 1-year non-compete from WWE waived. So good shit for Andrade. Honestly. And now he's showing up everywhere and challenging people and shit, which is awesome. And he'll be back in AEW sooner or later. We'll see what happens with all of this. I would love to see this image right here, Andrade and Roosh as tag champs or something. That would be fucking awesome. But yeah, he got his non-compete waived. And again, he didn't burn any bridges with either side. You know, Andrade, people love Andrade. It's just a matter of like, bro's got to chill, I think. And whatever. Hopefully, I think he got like gangster moment of the year 25. Fucking under WWE contract, shows up on Dynamite, beats the shit out of Kenny, dips out. You know, and then he's just like winning titles on indies or challenging for titles on it, whatever. But he just like shows up, gloms the AEW dude under WWE contract. That's like gangster shit of the year 2025, I think. But yeah, he's going to be in AEW. I assume he will be back. Speaking of injuries and other news, Kyle O'Reilly reveals he's out with multiple injuries. So again, he just sort of came back after a serious injury. And then he said it on that AEW Unrestricted show. He's like, yeah, I mean, AEW's great. I can like spend time with my family. You know, I can rest things up and shit. So he's got multiple injuries. I don't know, man. I think O'Reilly's just like, dude, I've done this forever. I got kids. I'm gonna just do my thing, you know, and just get injured, fucking go home. Not that he purposely got injured, but you guys know what I'm saying? Like, he's just dipped the fuck out again. Unfortunately. So Buddy Matthews provides an unfortunate update on his AEW return after his 10-month absence. And basically he's still fucking hurt. His ankle won't heal. Now, whether he's milking it because he has a clause where he can't be frozen. So there was a period in time, and this is an allegedly. Okay, but there was a period in time where people in AEW were making sure and looking over deals to make sure that they couldn't be frozen like at all. after that Ray Phoenix shit went down. So I don't know if Buddy Kent is frozen through this whole injury time. He might just be like, fuck it. I don't ever need to go to WWE again. I'll just chill in AEW, make a bunch of money. You know, Tony's paying me this whole time and he's got to pay me when I come back or whatever. Maybe it's that. Maybe he's just milking the fuck. Like, is it a coincidence that all of these fucking wrestlers are getting all their injuries taken care of on Tony's dime? No, man. He's a fucking money mark. Now, good for the boys. Good for them. Like, I applaud them. I'm not knocking the game. I'm not knocking the hustle at all. Okay? I'm fucking just criticizing Tone and criticizing people who defend him as not being a money mark. It's literally what a money mark fucking does. People called Eric Bischoff ATM Eric. X-Pac did that shit to Eric Bischoff, and he fired him. Okay? So if that was ATM Eric, then what is Tone if he keeps doing this? Now, I'm not shitting on Matthews at all. I'm not trying to say like, oh, these guys aren't hurt and blah, blah. Like, I know that seems insensitive and dumb, and I'm not saying that. Like, I actually applaud them. I applaud Matthews for fucking whatever. I'll just take fucking million. My girl's a fucking megastar. I'm just cooling it at home, making a couple mil while I heal up my ankle. I ain't mad at you. But like, we can't also deny, we have to be able to admit that Tony Khan's a money mark, bro. Like, that's what it is. All these wrestlers are going there and just taking care of nagging shit and taking care. Oh, I got the biggest injury of my life. And yes, there has been Adam Cole's had career-ending shit. Obviously, that's going to happen in this company. Fucking Ospreay signing a huge deal, not really moving the needle, and now having like a huge game-changing surgery early in his deal with AEW, man. And he's having like a huge game-changing fucking surgery. And what do you think that's from? One move that happened in AEW? Or is that a cumulative of all this shit he did outside AEW, man? That's what I'm saying. Everybody's coming here, and even Kyle O'Reilly. I might have said Fletcher before, sorry, but Kyle O'Reilly. He was like, yeah, man, you know, my neck, I heard it on this move that I do all the time, and it's just like a basic move. And it's like, okay, so obviously that was an accumulative injury over time. You just did this thing so many fucking times. It's like you do a kip up a million times. You blow your back out one of the times. Like, it's like you drive a car a billion fucking times. You're bound to see or get in an accident. You know what I mean? Whether big or small, right? So you're bound to, like, Kyle O'Reilly's been doing this move for years, and it just so happens he like really hurt himself on one of them. Or was it an accumulative thing and his baby was just born, so he took a year off to fucking, like, come on, guys. I'm not stupid. Tone might be stupid. I'm not stupid. And I don't blame O'Reilly for that either. I'm not trying to hate. But I am hating on Tony Khan a little bit because it's like, bro, you know, you let everybody do this, and then we got to sit here and be gaslit that you're not a money mark. Like, come on, dude. We know what's going on. Anyways. Or also, let's say that is a severe, let's say Matthews is like a severe case. Okay. Let's say it's a severe case and like his ankle's really fucked. Then he broke his foot on that fucking janky ring. That 16 by 16 wobbly ass janky ring with no steps. You guys know what I mean? He fucking hurt his ankle on that janky ass ring in fucking Australia, dude. So that's crazy. That's like insane. If he is really fucked up, that's like insane that you had this little ass ring that everyone made fun of. And it didn't make sense. We're like, dude, all we hear about is Tony's making $3.6 million a week from Dave Meltzer. He can't build one of his rings in Australia before this show? What kind of fucking corny ass excuse is that? And then it's like a career debilitating Buddy Matthews fucking injury to where his ankle doesn't work anymore. And he's one of these guys that flies around and does power moves and shit. It's like, come on, man. So Anna Jay's contract is up in spring 26. She's looking around. And then Hyan and Maya World are both highly regarded in AEW. It's like, what? That sounds highly regarded. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean? Everyone should be highly regarded in the company. But they're willing to step in. And I'm not hating for Hyan and Maya World. I nominated them this year for like breakout other stars, I believe. Or like other women stars or whatever on the indies and shit. Hyan and Maya World are awesome. I'm just saying that they're highly regarded because they're just willing to do jobs, and they stepped in for Tegan Knox, and when the dirt sheets called them, they fucking answered, yeah, that's what happened. We fucking, or whatever. I'm not trying to pin it on them, but like, who are the girls who reached out? A bunch of girls reached out. That's what Fightful and Observer were both saying. A bunch of people reached out to us. A bunch of girls. Fightful straight up said a bunch of the girls. So who, them? Is that why they're highly regarded, Fightful? Is that why they're highly regarded, AEW? I wonder. Okay, we have lots of other stuff, guys, to get into. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. Okay. And also NordVPN.com/Pro Wrestle Times. The holiday deal is still going on. Okay, 75% off for 3 years plus 3 free months. It's like $250 a month it works out to or something, USD. So get on that, or just become a patron and support me over there. Lots of bonus content, and also the live shows go like uncensored and unedited. The un-YouTube friendly, or the I don't know how to word it, but at 613805 has been a member for 11 months. God damn it. Thank you so much for your membership. We
acknowledge me.
Cheaper than a cup of coffee. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. It really, really fucking is. And you protect yourself online, and you can get Netflix in Canada. You can just use your Netflix and then go on a Canadian thing and then turn on Netflix, and then you get all of WWE right there and all of WWE on Canadian YouTube. There's none of this ESPN Plus, fucking Peacock Max Plus, whatever minus plus app. Everything's converging. Disney, HBO Max Plus. None of that shit. You just YouTube, Netflix, boom. Ray J's World 6852 has been a member for 6. God.
Acknowledge me.
Oh, let's go. Thank you so much. PWT Universe is goated. Okay. So let's go over here. George Capture's been a member for 20. God,
acknowledge
me.
That's
a lot of fucking months, dude. Thank you so much. And you guys can gift memberships. It's the gift that keeps on giving this holiday season as well, if you want to support PWT. Round of applause to everybody. And if you're just watching, you're like, fuck all that shit. Just hit retweet or heart or like or whatever. I appreciate that too. Round of applause. This is plug. We got more news. I just need to hydrate here. I'm fucking hoarse here tonight. Is that the right word? Hoarse? Yeah. Okay, so we have Tony Khan Crange. But first, let's do some boring stuff. Let's do some attendances. So Revolution, this isn't until March 15 and at the crypto.com arena in Los Angeles, California. So this is like the big fucking arena in LA. And so far it's only set up for 8,000. So far they've distributed 7,000 tickets, and it's not until March, so pretty good. I bet they'll hit like 10K. Last time they did Revolution there, they did 11,000, 11.6. But again, like how here, let's Google this. Like, what is the crypto .com arena capacity 20,000. So it's a half empty building still. I don't know why they're choosing to do this, but it is what it is, man. Moving on, but good for them. I mean, you know, it's a house. Right. So let's move along here. Let's move along here. We have more. I know we have more like ratings and attendance news as we do. So AEW Collision was on for 2.5 hours due to the 6 C2 matches. So 9 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. TNT HBO Max. This went down here already, I believe. Christmas Collision. It was on for 2.5 hours. So they give AEW time, you know, because they are the best of the worst shit, as Jeff Lane put it brilliantly online. And so AEW Dynamite last Wednesday averaged 511,000 viewers, a 0.08 in the key demo. And that was like the other week. I just don't know if we didn't do any news since then. Maybe I bookmarked that twice already, but World's End. This was the 11 hours ago update. Set up for 8,600. Tickets distributed 8,500. There's 9,400 seats on the map. Last time they were there, Dynamite did about 5,000 people. So not bad. I mean, not bad for them. Not great, but not bad. What does the Now Arena capacity? 11,200 is the capacity. So, okay, that's good for them, you know, for wrestling. For wrestling, bro. And speaking of World's End and whatnot, the Hammerstein, sorry. So Self-Made King Gao says, after the Hammerstein tapings tonight, TK revealed that the first ever episode of Dynamite was, oh yeah, we're going to circle back to that. I'm jumping ahead here. So I think that was, so this right here. Official, January 14th at AEW Dynamite Maximum Carnage. Whoever leaves World's End as AEW World Champion defends against Bandito. So this is the problem. Like, before we can even digest what happens here, we know that Bandito's going to get a shot at the world title, even though he's already the ROH World Champion or whatever. None of this shit makes sense, okay? None of this shit makes sense. And I mean, it's okay to do once in a while, but I just feel like we find ourselves in this situation too much. And then doesn't the Dynamite Diamond Ring get a shot at a title too? Oh, I guess that's why, pardon me. Yeah, dummy. That's why Bandito gets a shot at the world title. So my bad. I'm fucking up there. So, okay, I guess it is what it is. But I don't know, man. I don't think a lot of this shit makes sense. And that's why Warner Bros. Criticizes Paramount for overpaying for sports broadcast rights like UFC. Warner Bros. Stopped Paramount from buying the company, instead agreeing to a deal with Netflix. Reasons also include a poor credit rating as well as uncertainty about funding. Man, all y'all companies are like that. A bunch of fucking debt and doing sketchy shit. This gentleman here asks overall thoughts on the group stage phase of this year's Continental Classic. So, I don't know, man. We're about to see the semifinals here between Takeshita and Okada. I bet this match will cook. Continental Classic, honestly, I think Tony does it at the right time of the year. It's just something that, like, okay, not a lot of people are going to watch this show, so give something for, like, the diehards to really be invested in because they're invested in it. I don't think it's the worst thing. It's been predictable, I think, every year Tony's done it, so it is what it is, man. One of the most iconic IPAs in craft beer joins forces with one of the most innovative brands. So tonight, the official craft beer of AEW World's End is Two Hearted IPA, which looks and sounds delicious, I guess. I don't know. I love me some IPAs, so let's see. I think I got a couple more here. Or here, let me check in with chat here because we got a huge super chat. Thank you so much. Arthur Jennings, 2 for 20. God damn. Thank you so much for the huge.
Acknowledge me.
Hi, Phil. Lost my dad this year. Oh, my goodness, dude. Condolences. I lost my aunt over this holiday season here, folks. I don't bring it to the air. I ain't trying to bum you guys out. You know, I know y'all. So this Christmas was many toasts and thoughts to her and to your father as well, man. And the show and your clips made all the time in the car going to the hospital and checking on my mom easier and entertaining. All the best for the new year. Arthur, thank you so much. Chat, best energies to Arthur right now. Thank you for the huge support. And I definitely feel you right now. You know what I mean? Very recently, I lost my aunt here just the other week. So God bless you and yours. And thank you so much, man. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. And yes. Okay. So, okay. Let's get into, we have some more news, chat, and everybody best energies to Arthur right now. So we have Tony Khan Crange. Let's see here. Where were we? Well, I had a couple more that I wanted to share before we, right. Okay. Harley Cameron, and we have this commercial here. We have a couple AEW commercials, okay, crossover, or one at least, right? So that'll be a fun thing to end with. Let's go to Harley Cameron. She was on Ariel Helwani. It wasn't like the craziest, greatest interview. I mean, he's trying to put shine on somebody that he likes a lot, you know? And so hopefully... Okay, Okada dyed his hair. I'm getting distracted by multiple things here. Okay. I can see why. Goddamn, she's hot. Nearly 3 months from now. Their net worth is $36 billion. Why? Oh, yeah, this is the chat I was looking for. Why is Don Callis at ringside during a tournament where no one is allowed at ringside? Yeah, that doesn't make fucking sense. That's a great point. Where everyone's barred? That's crazy. And then this super chat. Yeah, thank you again for that. I appreciate that. God bless you and yours. Okay, yeah, I see all the chats. Let's get in. 200 watching, by the way. Hit like, hit subscribe, all that good shit. Thank you, guys. If you're on X, just hit heart, retweet, whatever. Okay, let's get into this clip here. So Harley Cameron talks about AEW took a chance on her. Take a chance if it change your mind. And let's listen to this. Her interview, again, it wasn't too compelling. Ariel Helwani's just trying to get over what certain wrestlers he likes, which I appreciate that, him having Harley Cameron on. Not a lot of people are going to understand, like, or even know. Like, you might have heard of MJF, right? You might have seen, like, even if you're not a wrestling fan, you might have, like, turned up, like, looked at Yahoo News and seen that, oh, MJF, like, AEW wrestler, pro wrestler, stars in Adam Sandler's whatever. You might have seen that just in passing or whatever. But a Harley Cameron, no one's heard of her really like that, and especially not to the audience that Ariel Helwani has. Unless you're like an uber sicko or like us, like more and more wrestling fans are starting to watch Ariel Helwani, I guess. But yeah, I mean, people are going to just take one look at her, MMA fan or whatever, and they're going to give her a follow. They're going to be like, God damn, who's this? She's wrestling? I got to start watching wrestling, you know? So let's look at what Harley Cameron has.
I think AEW has allowed me to showcase who I am as a performer. Tony Khan has given me so many amazing opportunities, and I am so lucky that he took a chance on somebody who'd only had 21 matches, because I'm so proud to be working there. And I am, so proud to be a belt holder now. I'm first ever tag team champion with Willow. So I think that, You know, sometimes when you think the universe is saying no to you, it's because it has other plans. I think AEW has allowed me to showcase who I am as a performer. Tony Khan has given me so many amazing opportunities.
So yeah, man, good for her. It's you get distracted easily. Listen to her talk. That's all I'll say. So speaking of getting distracted, Tony Storm, Darby Allin, and Brodito and Powerhouse Hobbs and Big Bill run a White Castle, or doing like a run-in at a White Castle to promote the Bacon Brawl combo.
Welcome to White Castle.
Hey, how you doing today? Thank you for coming to White Castle.
AEW and...
See, now I like this. Finally. So the old marketing guy, I know that I have trashed. You guys are probably like, oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. You've trashed all the marketing. But the old marketing guy left. And now they have a new one. And if the last campaign that the old guy did was the Where Wrestlers Work, that sucked balls. I like this a lot to promote this combo. Like, you saw the people in the car reacted. You see people wrestling and these big giant guys come out of the thing. You can be like, hey, watch AEW. It's on at Wednesday. Just check us out. I mean, that's a good way to cross promote and whatnot. I'm down.
White Castle are bringing you the AEW Bacon Brawl combo. White Castle is bringing the bacon, and we are bringing the brawl.
And like having Hobbs and Big Bill and Brody King. It's like, all right, you see those guys, you're like, whoa, who are these giant jacked monsters? I might fucking tune into this show, you know? But then like Darby's there, Bandito's there and shit. And no, I like Bandito, but it's like, I don't know.
Can I interest you in an AEW Bacon Brawl combo? Good morrow and welcome to the Castle of White. This is Tony Storm. Who the bloody hell are you?
This is the Tony Storm?
I'm from England.
Okay, that's staged. Come on.
Darling, where are you from?
You come all the way from England to make me laugh? I get the AEW Bacon Brawl combo. Thanks, sir.
Hey, look at that guy. With that haircut, that's a trainer out of fucking... Oh, my God.
Here comes the brawl!
Where do you want me to insert this? Now harmonize with me, darling.
What?
I like my lovers like I like my AEW Bacon Brawl combo.
Like, that's the cringe part. Like, Darby just dumps that's his new thing. He just dumps water and Slurpees on his head. I'm Jackass. Darby Allin, welcome to Jackass. It's like, no, dude, you go home.
Hot and meaty. I've just been told we're all been fired.
Yeah, I don't know. I do like that. Sending some wrestlers out there, it feels very like that's what WWF would have done back in the day. Am I off on that? I don't know. This crowd could not be more dead. Can we just tap in? Like, I've been a little bit distracted. I won't lie. You guys could tell. I'm sure there's a little bit where I'm just like, but it's because I'm trying to watch Okada Takeshita. This crowd couldn't be any more fucking dead. Like, insane. Yeah, I don't know, dude. This is the deadest crowd. Who's watching this shit?
Beautiful DDT by Okada, but no follow-up. Look at that face, just so calm, confident. Well, he's been in these situations.
Yeah, I don't know. Who's watching this? Everybody let me know. I guess, do I not have a poll? Is this the opening match of the PLE, of the pay-per-view? Here, I'm going to quickly put a poll in the chat. I'm so sorry, I forgot. Make sure you guys already vote in the poll, too. Who's the bigger hanger-on? Now, some people are, like, pissed that I put that poll in there at the start. No, I'm just joking. You guys aren't pissed, but guys, run the likes up, too. There's well over 100 watching. We're at 34 fucking likes. Let's get them to 100. People are saying that Jericho's not factored into any AEW creative. Well, he's factored in a PWT creative. Run those goddamn likes up. We're going to end this poll. And the hanger-oner is what Seth Rollins said about them. Okay, so that's why I put that. I was going to put Phil Marks again, too. I was like, who's Booker of the Year? Tony, Carlos Silva, Triple H, or Phil Marks? So let's hit this. Start a poll. Let's start a poll. Ho, 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 North Pole. Who do you think this AEW Continental Classic semi-final match? Konosuke Takeshita or Katsuchika Okada? Let's go! Okay, poll in the chat. If you're on X, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Let's fucking go! And yeah, Konosuke Takeshita or Katsuchika Okada. Let me know. Let's get into some more news. We have Tony Khan Crange here. They're cheering Takeshita right now, but they just quiet down right away. No chance, no heat. It's like a New Japan crowd. Fucking cooked. Okay. Motherfuckers. So, guys, it is time for well over 200 watching. You guys fucking rule. It is time for the best guys, Tony Khan.
This is great.
And we had a bunch of fucking tone. Okay. So, Tone responding to fucking self-made Elboo or just self-made PW. The 2025 Self-Made Awards, Booker of the Year, Tony Khan. And it's like, man, the guys who run self-made, like, they just glaze AEW, which is fine if that's what you like, but sometimes you got to be like, this shit is ass. Like, objectively, it is, dude. And just like the same way, objectively, I think sometimes some WWE shit is ass. I'll call it out. These fools never call shit out. And Tony calls them on the phone, and fucking MJF calls them on the phone. So it's more like self-glazed, dude. That's the new name of that publication. Booker of the Year. Like, that's the most, like, the PWT Awards, we don't do Booker of the Year. And next year, I'm adding a bunch of fucking categories, okay? A bunch of way better, funnier categories that, you know, we're going to hand out Sicko of the Year, all of that shit next year, okay? Because this is goofball shit right here. Booker of the Year. What does that even mean? The best booker is the one who drew the most money. If Road Dogg was booking all of WWE or NXT, it wouldn't be as good as it is this last year. I guarantee you. So I just don't want to hear this bullshit. Anyways, Tone responds to this and goes, "It's been years since I've won any booking awards. I appreciate the recognition." No, Tone. Last year, all of these whack-ass, lame fucking mark sheets gave you Booker of the Year. It's just the Observer didn't. And then what Tone did was he went and reached out. He started, again, touching base with all of these dirt sheets again and giving them interviews. Why do you think John Alba's given Tone interviews? He gets an interview right after they give him 7 awards. If you kiss up to Tone, everyone knows he's a money mark, and they just won't fucking admit it because they're lying con men. Okay? Some of these journalists, that is, the boys are just working. That's their job, is to work everybody, including the bookers. The bookers work the boys. They've said it. The boys have been worked more by the bookers. The boys have been worked more than any of the fans have. Like, there's lots of people who said that. And the fucking boys work the office and shit. That's always how it's been. I'm not talking about them. The journalist, they're just marking in the money mark. That's their job. Fucking the journalists, though, they want to do the same thing. They know it's possible. So they just, and then Tone has flat out said it. I talk to people who fucking tell me I'm good shit. So it's all just bullshit. And it's for access. Tone gives Elba an interview to end the year for SI, a dying, dead publication that's dead. And they're fucking banking on Screen Rant fucking editor John Alba to fucking help them out here, bud. Cringe. So Tony Khan says, it's been years since I've won any. Grateful to AEW wrestlers, staff, fans. While I enjoyed AEW in 23, 24, feels like 25 has resonated more to our loyal base, as evidenced by AEW being recognized in award season. Thank you. Yes, exactly. It resonated more with your loyal base. A bunch of fucking sickos, lowest ratings, lowest attendance, lowest everything, bunch of sickos left who are going to give you the awards. Because last year was undeniable. So the problem is that WWE has to have... The problem is that, like, everyone in the IWC... not everybody, but what they like to do is, and especially these Elboos and these Daves, they're simpletons, bro. They go, well, WWE didn't have as amazing as a year as the last year. So that means automatically another Fed is better. It can't just be, well, WWE didn't have as good a year as last year, but they were undeniable still. It's just undeniable. Right? It can never be that. It's just if WWE slips one little bit, people will, and they didn't even slip, but it's just like, oh, well, the Cena thing, that means that another Fed has to be considered the best. Nope. That's like dumb shit. That's like really surface level way of thinking about shit. That's like the most unnuanced way. That's why, like, society's doomed, man. You know, because people have this, like, surface level way of thinking about everything. I don't know. I'm a fucking genius. It's hard for me to exist in this world. No, I'm just... I'm just joking, guys. Just fucking around. But WWE did great. Even their worst shit was the best shit that drew the most. What else is the booker's job? I got to book the most popular shit that sells the most shit. That's the literal booker's job. It's not, well, to book matches where the matches were just so stellar because the moves they did and the physicality, Brian. That's the mark subjective shit. Because I could sit here and tell you Maxine Dupree versus why can't I? Ivy Nile. I was like, whoa, I just pooped what's that thing called? The lumbar number? The lumbar check? No, the what is it called? I've just botched it. I'm redacted. But there's like a certain number of shit you can remember, right? Like of names, and then you start pooping them out of your fucking brain. I pooped Ivy Nile out of my brain for a second, but I could sit there and go, well, Maxine versus Ivy Nile is the greatest match I've ever seen in my life. And you can't really argue that because it's just a subjective opinion. So you have to quantify it in a more objective way. Now, the level of the match, like, yes, like Kinosuke and Okada, they're having a great match. They're really working these fans up. You know, a lot of people are on their feet when they weren't on their feet earlier in this fucking match. They're going to get burnt out quickly if they were already this quiet at the start. That's all I'm saying. I know how AEW goes. But either way, it's like you have to start looking at what's the booker's job. The booker's duty is to keep things hot and to fucking draw money and shit and do attendances. Dave tries to dismiss why that's the case. However, when AEW has any numbers to tout, he flexes them. Like they're a fucking flex. Oh, the key demo was strong. So, like, none of that shit matters ultimately in the end to Dave when it comes to his goofy ass awards. Okay, the ref's watching all this happen. Like, this is what I mean. Booker of the year. The ref just watched. This is the worst shit ever. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God. The ref just watched Okada stab Takeshita with a fucking screwdriver in Minecraft. That was the worst shit ever, man. Anyways, I'm going on a rant here, and your boy Phil just lost his trail of thought because they're just doing goofy-ass Mark shit. That's what I mean. Booker of the year. Like, why? Because the moves they did in the match and then a botched screwdriver finish. Like, I know that part's not on Tone, but the biggest shit is that's the Booker's job. Okay? I made the point. Anyways, speaking of the fucking Booker, Tone talks some more shit. And he says that he reveals he got a very nice holiday gift from David Zaslav that he will utilize in weeks to come. Like, what does that even mean? Now he's trying to work David Zaslav into fucking angles in AEW? The person who is making the calls and always been a believer in AEW and continues to be is David Zaslav. What the fuck, man? The guy's selling the companies and shit. I just got a very nice holiday gift from him. Yeah, because you're a billionaire friend. That I will be utilizing in some fun ways in the weeks to come. He gave you money and then you're going to put it up in one of these like $500,000 tag matches or what, Tone? So that's just a weird thing to say. Tone was asked about his comments regarding Dynamite's debut. Oh, yeah. We're going to circle back to that because Tony just gets pwned for lying. But speaking of the WBD deal, Tony Khan confirms AEW's deal with WBD is locked in for over 2 more years. Our partnership with WBD was reimagined this year and will continue for years to come. We're locked in with TNT, TBS, and HBO Max for over 2 more years. The future is bright for us for years to come. Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know, man. For 2 more years, that's cool, but I mean, that's it, and it's not even guaranteed. As Eric Bischoff said, dude, it is not guaranteed that they even last the 2 years. We'll see how things play out, but I don't know. If Netflix owns the shit, they're getting rid of TBS and TNT. Like, that shit just won't even exist anymore. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But Tony Khan was like, Mixed Nuts Mayhem. He just booked this stupid ass match. We talked about it earlier. Makes no sense. Tony Khan discusses the feeling he became too collaborative in his creative process of AEW before this year. And it's so fucked because listen to what he says here. And he said this to John Alba. He says, since you asked me about the focus and some of the stories and putting the TV shows together, yeah, I've definitely felt like I had a good approach that I'd refined in 2020. And trying to be good, trying to listen and be collaborative. I think I had gotten too collaborative, and it was kind of the same mistake I made at the beginning. At the beginning, Tone, you mean when the show was fucking good and people watched it? You mean the fucking show that people used to watch at the beginning when you listen to Cody Rhodes or CM Punk, bud? And it really helped in the end of 24 going into 25. You're doing your lowest ratings, pay-per-view buys, and everything. How has it helped you? I just said, okay, I'm going to put the outline for everything together myself. I'm going to eliminate the meetings between shows. Oh, my God. I'll put everything together myself, and then I'll come in with the outline of what I want, rather than have a lot of collaborative meetings where everybody chimes in what they think we should be doing. Now, I will admit, we have seen Tone focus on like more core characters throughout both shows, and I give him props for that. It isn't just as fucking random. Like, clearly he's going with Gates of Agony, Ricochet, Fletcher, Bandito. Like, we're seeing, like, Takeshita, Okada. We're seeing the same guys every... That's way better. It's how you get your guys over and shit, you know? So that is one thing I'll give Tony Khan credit for this year. And I said that earlier this year as well. But he says, I don't want to describe ever being collaborative as a bad thing, because the whole thing that makes AEW great is collaboration. But the collaboration should probably, at its best, be between me and the wrestlers and working to find the best path and not having a lot of people in the middle of that. So Tone finally growing a backbone, saying this year I'm going to fucking go directly to the wrestlers. But again, he's got a group of wrestlers who kiss his fucking balls, man. He's got the group of his yes men that'll just do whatever and give him no pushback. Lowest ratings, lowest everything. So it's great for him. And he's like, I'll go. And again, WWE would get criticized for the same shit. Oh, you got to wait for hours to see Vince outside his office. Oh, they just put a bunch of middlemen who don't know what the fuck they're doing. And that was always old Vince McMahon, old WWE office criticisms, right? What is Tony McCon copping to that the sickos will never fucking say?
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Tone will never get criticized for having a bunch of middlemen and doing this bullshit, making people wait outside his office and no production meetings and shit. It's fucking cringe, man. It's so fucking cringe. And it's so cringe how people don't keep the same fucking energy for this guy. God damn it. He could get away with murder, this guy. So, speaking of John Alba's interview, John Alba asked Tony Khan, women. Oh, and Alfred Konowa says this article is credited to Andy Isaacs, AI for short. Women have yet to be in the main event of an AEW pay-per-view, and Tony Khan tells John Alba when that may finally happen. Right? And so Meltzer said, what just pwns this? He goes, every time. So on the takedown, many had believed there was a path to the main event for the women when Toni Storm defended the world title against Mercedes Moné at All In, Texas earlier this summer, about that many considered to be among the best women's matches in company history. Like, what? I just don't understand, dude. Who cares? Instead, Paige and it's like, bro, why would that draw? Why does holy fuck? Women's matches in company history. Instead, Paige and John Moxley took the billing at the end of the night with Moné and Storm going on earlier in the card. Yeah, because fucking bro, like what people talk like it's the same as WWE. Like Moné and fucking Toni Storm or Charlotte Flair and Tiffany Stratton or whatever. Charlotte Flair and Rhea. Like, bro, they're not over the way you fucking marks think they're over, dude. And then so Tony says it's very potentially possible. It has to be the right match, the right situation at the right time. If there were ever two that could do it, it would be the two you mentioned, Khan said, if Moné and Storm specifically, but there's a bunch of other candidates for it as well. And it was a fantastic match. They had it all in Texas. That was a main event caliber match. And it really felt that way. And it was presented as one of the main matches on the card. You know, there were three. Again, everybody shit on WWE. Oh, a double main event? Tony's always done this. Oh, it's a main event caliber. He's always done the same thing. No one criticized him for it. You know, there were three key matches distributed down, and there were multiple other matches that I think could have easily been the main event matches on the card, but there were six phases that we put on Globe Life Field, three matches, and they were Toni Storm, Mercedes, Omega, Okada, Hangman, Mox. Any of those could have been a great main event. And Meltzer said, what just called it out? He's like, he tweeted this out in October. That's how dumb this shit sounds at these kayfabe press conferences where Tony just yeses everyone to death. Whatever you ask, the answer is yes, and he's definitely interested in something he's completely incapable of doing. And then John Alba responds to this. Like, he fucking felt himself here. And John Alba says he gave an initial answer, then I pressed in a follow-up, and asked him point blank what makes a men's match like Fletcher Hangman more deserving of main eventing over a woman's match. I can't control his answers. Yeah, John, you don't. No one expects anyone to control his answers. You're not. This is the problem with John Alba. He always does this when he's like debating with people. And this is why Matt Hardy and Eric Bischoff would get so fucking angry at this guy. He's a dum-dum, and he thinks he's smart. He's one of these guys who's like, I got a BA, a bachelor's in college, who won an Emmy for writing, and all this bullshit, whatever the fuck. You know, I'm just like saying dumb shit he would say. Look at his thing, his descriptions, like fucking Emmy Award. Oh, yeah, that is a thing. Yeah, Emmy Award winner, lover of nicheness. Like, it's just cringe, bro. John, we can criticize his answer. It does. You're not even addressing what Meltzer said. Oh, I did ask him a follow-up. Okay, doesn't matter. He still gave a bullshit answer, bud. He still just said, like, I'll do this thing. There's a bunch of matches for the women that could main event the first time they main event. Okay, but when are they going to main event? Why didn't they main event? Well, there was 3 main events. It's not, we can still criticize that aspect and make fun of it. And you can't just fucking sit there and then go, I can't control his answers. So why are you taking that personally? It was a criticism of tone. You're sweeping, buddy. You guys are all sweeping for this fucking guy. That's why. So Tone was asked some more shit, dude, about this event, and he was asked about free agency, and he did a World's End media call. And so Tony Khan says free agency for AEW this year wasn't about taking big swings, but bringing in people complementing what they do. He singles out Speedball Mike Bailey, Kevin Knight, and Tekla as names who arrived in 25 and fit in with AEW. Who are the big free agents this year? Tony's just saying this because he lost out on everyone, and then he just took the people who are young and are just going to, or like Mike Bailey doesn't give a fuck. He just wants to travel and wrestle and do shit. He's said that as much. Kevin Knight's young and is going to go to WWE. He's just taking Tone's money for now, and same with Tekla, which is fine. Good on them, but it's always like them spinning it as it was like some masterminded plan by Tone, and it's like, no, bro, you fucking you just took what was out there and who wanted to come to AEW. Essentially, like, you're giving them more money, and these guys are younger. Mike Bailey is a guy who's like, I don't need to, like, he was just going to go wherever was going to offer him more. Tone was going to offer him more. He was a huge fan of Mike Bailey. So is Dave Meltzer going into this shit. So that's why Tone was going to offer him way more money. That's all that is. So Tekla's young, Kevin Knight's young. It's like, okay, they're going to go make $1 million over the next 4 years, then go to, or like $1 million plus over the next 4 years, and then go to fucking WWE. You know what I'm saying? You can't knock them for that, and that's why they're there. There's no other reason for that. So Tone, he says he's jotted down ideas and worked on ideas for AEW Dynamite since he was a kid, even during NFL meetings long before AEW existed. He said Zaslav wanted more AEW and wanted a Saturday show, which is how Collision came to be. Yeah, he wanted more AEW and added a Saturday show when CM Punk was there, when one Bill Phil was there. Okay? That's when he wanted more AEW. Not now. Not when he's selling fucking the company and splitting it in two. And
just in from Phil
you're
Marks
not his
of
problem
PWT.
anymore.
He says, I told you so.
And that's fucked. So during NFL meetings, he's sitting there like a kid in high school, jotting fucking wrestling cards down instead of paying attention over there too. God damn it, man. If this isn't the biggest nepotism hire everywhere that you've ever seen, I don't know what to tell you. So Tone, we talked about the free agents there. We don't need to hear that again. But here's a revelation. So here's Tony Khan, a story that was told in Ring Wrestling Podcast. I think this is Kevin Kelly and his co-host here. Am I wrong? Isn't that not Kevin Kelly? But wow, TK is such a great guy. What a revelation. So let's take a listen. I don't even know what this is about.
Anywhere yet? I don't know, but I did hear from an inside source from the company that everyone's favorite babyface, Tony Khan,
gigantic babyface, yes,
yeah, had right before Christmas fired 95 people on his production crew. His whole entire production crew that he started from day one, he fired, and he's bringing in a whole new production crew.
Wow, hold on. Let me Google this. Did Tony Khan fire his entire AEW production crew? I wonder if there's any like stories on this. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe this will leak out, but there's a rumor, I guess, going around. Holy shit. Tone fired, and I know it's quiet. I can't turn it up anymore, but yeah, I guess the whole production crew got fired, and they've had to bring in high schoolers ever since. Who fucking knows? But right before Christmas, that's cooked if that happened, dude. That's like super cooked if he did that.
That's the word I heard. So that's I've been fired right before Christmas before. I know how I felt about. I've been fired from one job ever in my life, and it's very political. And but I remember the feeling right before Christmas. You know, it's like, wow, that's a tough deal. You know, EW source said they just got rid of 90.
Yeah, that's crazy if that's true. I mean, it wouldn't shock me. He's cutting corners and being cheap. Speaking of Tone being a little bit cringe here, we have him caught in a lie. And this is the cringe shit Tony Khan does. Oh, here, let me check in really quick. Juan Palacencia 8325 gifted 1 Pro Wrestle Clips membership. Let's fucking go. Thank you for the support. I appreciate that. Guys, gifting memberships is the gift that keeps on giving because people in chat get to participate. They get to be part of member shows. They get their free super chat. And a bunch of people have gotten gifted their memberships and then continued. They're only 99 cents afterwards, right? And so then they continue getting them every month because member shows rule. Thank you so much for that. And sorry I didn't see that until now. What's chat saying? The guy on top looks like Santa. If WWE fired 90% of people like that, IWC would go insane. Yeah, if that's true, right? Like, that's just rumors. But yeah, you're absolutely right against all odds. I'm sure Deporticus will ask about this at the post-World's End media scrum. Those poor high school kids. Yes, it's Kevin Kelly. He's packing them on. You know what I mean? Shout out Kevin Kelly. He's an older gentleman, not hating, but at the best guy chose the Bucks and Jungle Jack off. Yeah, it wasn't Collision because of Punk. Yep, all hail the Illuminati. That's goddamn right. The best guy's Tone. Spoilers. When will AEW stop using the screwdriver? Yeah, that's cringe as fuck. Okay, we got a couple more things here. So Tone is an Uber mark, and he keeps doing shit like linking up with and hiring old WWE people just because. So Scott Stanford, do you remember this guy? I'm Scott Stanford. And he would read like the Canadian tour, well, all the tour dates, but he'd be on like Sportsnet and shit if you were in Canada, and he'd read like the WWE live event tour schedule and shit. And maybe he did some commentary, but Tone just loves linking up with like Rita Chatterton and all this shit. You know, it's weird, man. And so he links up with Scott Stanford just because. Like for no fucking reason other than this guy's on the radio or some shit now and it's Tone and they're like, oh, it's a wrestling crossover. It's cringy, dude. And let's take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, your buddy.
I'd be shocked if Tony didn't fucking, because remember, he also hired those referees like Mike Chioda and shit, and then he didn't really do anything with them. They officiated like a few matches and then they're gone. And he had Rita Chatterton under contract. It's just anybody ex-WWE he thinks is like a W for him. And they take this video.
Pal Scott Stanford here, my main man, Tony Khan, in the studios of 1010 Wins. The main man, AEW's main man. 3 great nights of AEW action all this week, Tony.
It's a huge Christmas week for AEW. We've got Wednesday night Dynamite, Christmas Eve Dynamite, 6 p.m. on TBS, Dynamite on 34th Street on Christmas Eve.
Bang.
You got Christmas night Collision.
Okay, this guy, Scott Stanford's like, God damn it. He's a super professional at doing this shit, and he's got to sit there, grit his teeth, while Tony's trying to fucking work his way through this cringe-ass promo.
Thursday night, Christmas on TNT, 9 p.m. on TNT, Christmas Collision. And then
he's literally like, bro, you're saying Christmas too much. I said BAM already.
Big pay-per-view.
Go ahead.
AEW.
Go ahead.
World's End this Saturday night on HBO Max. And all 3 of these shows are streaming on HBO Max Christmas week, pay-per-view week, AEW's biggest week of the year, Sports Illustrated's pro wrestling promotion of 2025. Let's go. Merry Christmas, Scott.
3 nights of AEW action. It's a triple play, my friends. You do not want to miss it.
I'm not going to lie. Tony should hire this guy to stand there and do this with him during his backstage shits because he clearly keeps tone in check. You know, he clearly keeps tone in check, but that's cringe as fuck. So speaking, and this is why AEW's in the fucking state it's in. So in case you missed it, Tony Khan was allegedly mad that one of Chris Jericho's AEW matches didn't get a 5-star rating. And this is why we can never take AEW serious again.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
They're booking it for the world's dumbest, most out-of-touch redact.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Who's pitching them ideas, and you have to kiss his bum and Tony's bum, and Tony's worried about 5 stars and calling Dave on the phone and calling Dave as far back as 2019 and saying, I promise I'll make matches better for you. So Chris Jericho on his 2022 Quake by the Lake match with John Moxley, he says, I really, really loved it. I remember Tony Khan was mad that Dave Meltzer didn't give us 5 stars. He just gave us 4 3/4. Like, it was pretty much the same thing. But it was a 5-star match in my book. One of my favorites. You're all a bunch of fucking marks.
You fucking mark!
That's crazy. This company will die. I've written it off. It will die if it continues to follow Meltzer's lead. And this is why TNA is tickling it in its attendance numbers. TNA is doing Dynamite numbers for their AMC shows or show coming up thus far. So that's not going to stop happening either. We have 2 more AEW things to check out. But speaking of Chris Jericho, and there's 275 watching, guys. So I expect the likes to get up to 100 because Chris Jericho's here.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
So guys, I'm switching up the poll in the chat right now because I forgot to. 55% of you voted wrong on Takeshita there. I did say Okada was my gut feeling pick, so I think I'm 100% again so far. And I told y'all there could be some bullshit because there's more juice to squeeze out of that one, right? So I quickly put a poll. Everybody quickly votes because I thought the tap out would be there, but again, they just drag everything out. I got Fletcher should win this one. We have 2 more key stories here, okay? Fucking 10 people tuned out for the Jericho bit. It's worth it every time, though, for me, okay? I don't care. But yeah, we have almost 300 watching, guys. Hit like, hit retweet, all that good shit. I appreciate you all so much. Okay, so Tony Khan is fucking, this is where Tony Khan man is a real thing, you know, that people should
the best
seriously
guys, Tony Khan.
Calling him Tony Khan man, because Tony Khan sits here and goes and had this to say. He said that the first ever Dynamite was supposed to be at MSG, but was then told it couldn't happen because it would really upset somebody. The crowd chanted, "Fuck the Fed." And this guy's telling a lie.
Liar! Tell us
He's
what
telling
you know,
a lie.
you goddamn liar!
And galvanizing sickos like Dave Meltzer does. So here's what Tone had to say.
MSG! 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 Well, that is an interesting idea. You know, for a long time, I'll be honest, They didn't want me there. Did you know that?
So they're chanting MSG, and then he's like, they didn't want me there. Who, MSG? We know they don't want you there. MSG or fucking WWE didn't want you there. Why are you doing this they shit again, dude? He's doing this us versus them shit. It's only going to fail him. Literally 10 sickos. Fuck the Fed. And he loves it. That's why he gets slapped around, Tone. This is why you get slapped around, buddy.
It was because, you know, the first episode of Dynamite was actually originally going to be there. And they called me, they offered me the date, and they said, would you like to do the first episode of Dynamite here? The people who called me, they don't work there anymore, but it was...
Oh, listen to how big of a lie this is! You liar, bro! Tone's such a fucking liar, man. Can't take this guy serious anymore, man. The people there, well, they don't work there anymore, but they used to work there, and I swear to God, they called me and offered me the show there. And then people fact check them, okay? And they just fucking...
Sure thing, bro. Sure thing.
That was like over 6 years ago. They called me and they said, do you want to do the first episode of Dynamite here? And I said, yeah, I really would. It would be great. And then they called me a couple months later and they said, we don't want you anymore. We don't want you to do...
So now you're making them boo MSG, their hometown arena. This is how retarded sickos are. This is how fucking dumb Tony Khan is. He's like the anti-draw, bro. He's making them boo themselves in MSG and shit like that. He's making them boo themselves in New York and MSG in the name of AEW. It's cult shit, bro.
We don't want you to do the first Dynamite here anymore.
Stupid idiot.
Because it was really upset. Yeah. Somebody.
And he's sitting there with his arms. Look at this stupid goof, man. Tony Khan, yeah, am I right? Fuck the Fed. Literally telling a lie. These fucking dumb low IQ redacts and I'm sorry to do this to these fucking fans, but it's just like
Poor people don't like AEW.
The fan base is dwindling down. They're going, fuck the Fed. Meanwhile, they'll all buy tickets, or the Fed will go to that same place or go to MSG, draw way more on their live event. Like Tone's doing, am I right? Fuck them, right? Bro, they're winning. They draw way more than you. They draw way more than you, bro. You're cooked, buddy. It's crazy. It's mental illness. And he's got this shit-eating grin, bro.
So I told him, you all know Peanuts like Charlie Brown? So I told him,
Oh my, you all know Peanuts? A Charlie Brown Christmas? It's like Charlie Brown.
This is great.
Fuck are you talking about? You know, like Charlie Brown and then like Time Cup? It's kind of like those if they crossed over.
It really made me feel like Charlie Brown and Lucy with the football here,
So they pulled the ball right out from under me. So I know you guys chanted fuck the Fed, but really it was MSG. And so I just made you guys turn heel on your own shit. Like, what a fucking dummy, dude. I really am speechless. Like, he just felt it himself and those fans. So Neckbeard's posted that. Shout him out. Then he has a follow-out, man. A follow-out. Is that what I just said? Jesus Christ. A follow-up. Tony Khan caught in another lie. Well done, Patrick. So Patrick Neary, AEW fan, said what? Tony's lying his ass off. Carrie Underwood was already booked before AEW was even a thing. So on October 2, 2019 at MSG, Carrie Underwood headlined the Cry Pretty Tour 360 with Maddie and Tay and Runway June. So Carrie Underwood's tour was already booked for that fucking time.
Stupid idiot.
And he just lied through his teeth and got a bunch of people to like what? Boo MSG and say fuck the Fed. A bunch of people who won't watch your show in a year at the rate you're going at, Tone. When they go to MSG, they outdraw you, and you're trying to do like this us versus them shit, telling lies. Crazy, crazy cringe shit, man. So Tone gets called out for this fucking lie, buddy. And then here, like these sickos, like Self-Made goes, after the Hammerstein taping tonight, TK revealed that the first ever episode of Dynamite was supposed to be in Madison Square Garden, but a few months after the agreement, WWE had the deal blocked. And then Noah Gilbert's like, WWE has always been such a petty promotion. Or this Noah Gilbert, Self-Made, whatever, interchangeable redux. And then it turns out this is a lie. So what's more petty? The lie or the fake thing that they didn't do? I think Tony's being petty lying here. So he gets asked about this. When asked about his comments regarding Dynamite's debut being originally meant for MSG, Tony Khan said someone no longer at MSG wanted Dynamite there and talked to him about it. Tony was then told after doing more research it wasn't going to be viable for MSG. So he told a lie. So now the story is, right? A famous Tony Khan, Dave Meltzer spin, okay? We just caught him. This is a fucking lie, bro. Then he spins it. Where's all the dirt sheets calling Tone out for spinning it? Remember when Nick Khan said some shit and then everyone's like, this is what he said during this interview. Do the same thing now for Tone. Tone said in front of that crowd and got them to chant fuck the Fed and fuck MSG or whatever that he was supposed to be booked there, but the Fed didn't want them. Turns out what actually happened, and Tone lied about it, was that someone, and allegedly they don't work there anymore, so we don't even know who this person is, so it's a lie. So what actually happened was someone at MSG wanted AEW there, but then they did more research and realized, oh, we're booked for Carrie Underwood. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it fell on the same day. And then that's why AEW wasn't there, but instead he blames it on the Fed. I will never get fucking mad when WWE kicks AEW when they're down because of shit like this. People, the sickos will come to recognize this. I don't even care what they think because there's less and less of them.
Master need to obliterate.
But for the people out there really spitting, don't ever forget this. You can't relent on Tony. He doesn't deserve it for shit like this. And AEW, it's not picking on them. Like, they're just sitting there. It's like the little dog nipping at the bigger dog, and then the bigger dog's got to be like, fuck off, dude. You really want to fuck around? It started when Triple H said the pissant company and the blah. Then why are we not talking about when WWE didn't do that? And they let Sami Zayn bring up AEW. They brought up AEW multiple times on on Raw and shit before it was a thing and didn't shit on it. And Triple H said when Vince buys that pissant company, it's like Vince was in charge, and that's what his mentality would be. And all the wrestlers were already taking shots. Cody Rhodes was smashing thrones and shit. It all started with that, man. The shots came from the other way. So it's just nuts. And then they get caught up in a fucking goofy ass lie. And it's just a bunch of goofballs running the asylum. Speaking of goofballs, man, Darby Allin. Okay. He set his brother on fire in a bizarre marriage proposal gone wrong. So his brother proposes to his wife, or to his brother, like his brother is proposing to Darby's sister-in-law to be, I guess, pronouns pal. And so here's the video, and this is fucked up. And Darby's a stupid idiot. Like, I've been saying this for a long time. A lot of people have been saying this. I'm not the only one. Okay, but
stupid idiot.
He's just like a dumb guy, and he's just an edgelord man. He's just one of these fucking edgelord goofball. He just wants to be doing Jackass, but he's too lame for them to put in the Jackass movies, or they would have did it over some of those other new additions they added. So here's the video. Darby Allin lights his brother on fire. And his brother looks like a meth head too. No offense.
Okay, cool. Stay with your son. Will you marry me?
And then he's like, fuck, my hair's on fire. And she runs away, says no. So he gets rejected too. Doesn't even get the fucking girl. Lit himself on fire like a cuck. Quit simping in 2026, fellas. Jesus.
He's not freaking out. Help him. Help.
So she didn't even accept. She ran to his more famous brother. And he just lit himself on fire for no fucking reason, bro. Crazy, man. That's humiliating. Then they're like, help him. And he comes back still on fire. Do you guys see the flame behind his head? And the flame returns. Da-na-na. He comes running up. He's still on fire. Like, man, this is like Darby was just talking about his legs weren't working or whatever the fuck Dave said. This guy's a fucking idiot. He will die in the ring or something. I'm not joking. Like, that might seem like an old take, but I stand by that. He's going to do some fucking crazy shit and paralyze himself in the ring. It's going to be incredibly unfortunate. Or he's going to hurt himself outside of the ring, and it's going to end his in-ring career. And he never reached his potential in AEW at all. And, yeah, I guess that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW Dumb Moment of the Week. I don't know. That, ladies and gentlemen, Ichi Nissan Da for AEW news.
Put me out of my misery!
Woo! So I'm going to end this poll in the chat. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, almost 300 watching. I love you guys. Don't cheat in the poll. 65% picked Fletcher again. Mox ended up winning. And I told y'all, Fletcher should win, but Mox could win. So I think I picked Fletcher, but Mox got the W, and then they're trying to, spin him babyface, and then he's going to get kicked out of the Bumba Clock Club and become a babyface. Or what? Like, it's too cringe. AEW's fucking cringe. I'm starting another poll. Okay? Guys, there's 130 watching. Even if you're hate watching on YouTube, run the fucking likes up to 100 or Jericho's coming back. So, who do you think wins the Chicago street fight for the AEW World Tag Team Championships? FTR, who are the champs, or Bang Bang Gang? I still call them Bullet Club Gold. So, like, I could see them hot potatoing it a bit, but I just think FTR will pull it off. Especially because, like, if we had Mox and Okada winning, I just think that those are like the shock, holy, they won type shits. And I think that FTR will just defend their title. You got to do one, like, obvious one, you know? So in other AEW news, Christian Cage. Okay, I'm just seeing this. Christian Cage is watching AHL hockey while Adam Copeland AHL, the minors for NHL. While Adam Copeland's filming some Disney shit, and he's not there for World's End.
We're 21 seconds away from the halfway mark.
So good for him taking in some puck there, bud. But, like, come on, man. You can't tell me Tone's not a money mark. He's paying Christian. This dude just had an AHL game. And he's not factored in anymore unless Edge is there. Craziness, man. Oh, we have other AEW news breaking here. We'll talk about it on the next show. But Hyen and Maya's World are technically all elite. They got the graphics. That means they're on 6 figures or more now. At least 100,000 minimum. We'll talk about that next show, though. We don't want to talk about that now. But, yeah, some breaking news there. So Hyen and Maya World got the official graphic. That means they're on 6-figure salary deals. They did it. And so that's what they do. They leak to Fightful. We're highly regarded. And then AEW signs them. And then this is why they stooge to Fightful. And then they stooge to some sheets. Those 2 girls, I'm willing to bet, where Tony kisses ass and says, yeah, I'll give you interview. Like, push these 2 girls. It's the same reason, like, Fightful was putting over that EJ and Duca guy or whatever so hard. They were writing, like, op-eds on this guy that nobody wants. That everyone's like, you're not good in NXT, and they're like glazing him like he's the next biggest thing. Meanwhile, your boy Phil puts over motherfuckers like Bear Bronson when no one's talking about him. Why? Because Tone's just doing nothing with him. Bear Bronson's winning indie titles, having renowned matches, at least for Sickos on Cage Match, which I thought you guys all love Cage Match. Look at his Cage Match ratings this last year. And he's in the TNA World title picture now? Huh. Weird. Remember I told you guys, like, how long ago that Joe Hendry was going to get picked up by TNA early, or I mean WWE early as well, like TNA would let him go, and he was going to be on SmackDown? Huh. It's crazy how I say these things. I predict these things. And yet, you know, it's so obvious. Like, I'm fucking 30 steps ahead of all you marks, and you don't think I can't piece together why you Dirt Sheet might be covering certain people the way they're covering them. The fuck, you think I'm stupid like you? Jesus Christ. Anyways, moving along here. Just cutting promos here, but come on, like, come on, Lee. The fuck you think this is, man? PWT Universe gets it, man. Okay. Pardon me. We got to do, I think, WWE news next before I lose my goddamn voice. And we got a good chunk of stuff in there. Yeah, pretty hefty amount of things to get to over here for WWE news. You guys better be running those fucking likes up. Okay. I need to chug water. I'm legit, like, going to lose my voice. Ugh. Oh my God. So refreshing. Water. We're at 69 likes. There's like 300 watching. I think like at least half of that's on YouTube. You got to fucking run the likes up, boys and girls. Yeah, guys. So let's get into, you know what? Do we need another Jericho run-in? Maybe not a Jericho run-in. But yeah, the see chat's singing. I look and see they're like, dude, Jericho's gonna run in again. And I do want to run to my refrigerator. I'm not gonna lie. Is your refrigerator running? Then you better catch it. Oh, a go. I need an ice cold beverage. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me on the show, fellow Canadian, because we're not at 100 likes, and I'm cooking tonight, Chris Jarrett.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yay!
Okay, Chad, I got a couple frosty brews here. I didn't think I was gonna, but it'll make me not feel my throat. That's what she said. Goo. Then I threw her out, that hoe. I watched Andrew Dice Clay did a set on Kill Tony at their MSG show, and it was funny. Okay, guys. So, ladies and germs, let's head over here. And guys, a little Phil the Shill. Down below, there's a link. NordVPN.com. Is it .com? I'm fucking up or what? / Pro Wrestle Times. And yes, NordVPN.com / Pro Wrestle Times. 75% off. This deal is still going on for 3 years, I think, plus 3 extra free months. It's like $250 a month it works out to. And that's a special deal for me to you over these ho-ho holidays. We also got a super chat coming. 452 says, shout out to Maya World, DFW, All Pro Wrestling, and the greatest coach in the world, Lamont Williams. So proud. Maya World Order. Yeah, I fucking do like Maya World. And I nominated her for like other women's wrestler of the year or whatever. And shout her out. Like, she's on salary now. That's awesome. If you're in AEW, that's what you want. And yeah, and shout out the coach there as well. And thank you so much for the goddamn super chat.
Acknowledge me.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for WWE. So Guerra de Titan went down, and Shawn Michaels is tweeting about it, and there's all these rumors about, well, first off, let's take a look at some shit that went down. Canelo Alvarez was there. Okay, for him, a mask, and that fucking rules. And then Dominic Mysterio is injured. He injured his shoulder or some shit like that, and they expect him to be out for a little while, which is unfortunate because he's a double champ. He needs to be there doing his thing. In more AAA news, people are talking about Jeremy Borash and Conan and whatnot, but another guy who is looming around backstage is Alberto Del Rio, and he confirmed that he is in contact with WWE and AAA amid return rumors. So, guys, literally the dirt sheets reported, there's this guy and this guy and this guy backstage and another person who's unnamed. That's Alberto. At least it is my knowledge.
Allegedly.
My knowledge. Okay. Alberto's producing and been producing since before WWE bought the shit, and he's good. He's back there, and Rey Mysterio's said, I promise I'll get him back. I believe we'll see Del Rio wrestle in Mexico, at least for one of these AAA shows when it's all said and done. But Borash is like, the buck stops with Borash over there. Conan was still booking and writing and doing the creative like the way he does. And he's still doing that, but he consults with like Borash and Undertaker, and it's Borash and Undertaker that are kind of, the buck stops with them. They oversee it all, but they do lean on Conan and them. And I'm sure Del Rio to tell them like, you should do this with this guy, or maybe not even you should do whatever, but this is how we'd book it. And then they're sort of the creative filter on that and the bridge between WWE and all that. Okay. So that's how that works. And unless otherwise, unless I don't know, unless I tell you guys otherwise, I would just fucking and listen to K100. Obviously Conan will tell you what his role is, but he's not just on commentary, but he's also I think the buck stopped with Conan as far as booking before, and now it's sort of like he's there, like, you know, the dudes who were in AAA before, they just sort of operate as usual, but then it goes through Borash and Undertaker. And then the rumors are swirling that Undertaker and Borash are eventually going to get promoted to, like, they'll be booking Raw and SmackDown and shit like that. I think I saw, so this is according to the Observer. So typically they're fucking liars, but you know how Dave is with his lucha shit, and everybody loves AAA. But Dave doesn't understand that the WWE universe all collectively, and the people backstage collectively, accept that AAA isn't WWE, and it's like this offshoot Mexican promotion where we let some of the silly shit slide and stuff like that, whereas AEW will do the silly shit and present some of these CMLL guys on their TV, and Dave glazes it like it's that, or like it's achieving the same thing, but it isn't. It isn't, man. So multiple people from WWE noted that they thought, as a pure show, just crowd and matches and forgetting about special effects, that AAA Guerra de Titan was one of the best, or even the best, WWE show this year. Yeah, all the AAA shows rule, period. So catch on, Dave. Your precious CMLL is going to get cooked too, because you're stooging for it, you're sweeping for it, and it's going to get more and more uncool. No, I don't mean to hate on CMLL. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean that. The Undertaker I kind of did. The Undertaker, along with Jeremy Borash, is looking to produce matches for the main roster in WWE in 2026. And this is entre bastidores at AAA Guerra de Titan. So I don't know if they asked them. They had like Mexico's press release or some shit. The Mexico Gazette. You know, I don't know how they got this quote there or whatever the fuck. But yeah, apparently Borash and Taker will get promoted. It'd be nice, right? Like, no offense to Road Dogg and them. And then you still have Conan and Alberto and other people who can get these matches done in AAA and continue what they're doing over there as well. Like, they're fine in Mexico. And again, it's just, I think Undertaker and Borash has been around the block, but Undertaker, what is he doing? He's getting booking reps in before he goes. They go, okay, you're going to be on Raw or SmackDown. Like, that's what Tone should have did with ROH. He should have just booked ROH, let other people book AEW, and then figure it out from there. Stokely Hathaway almost just died by not going through a table because he's a fucking goof, and this match is going way too long, and it's just a goofy-ass match. That FTR, and they're botching their finish. Moving along here. So speaking of AAA and luchas, Penta will be in the building for the 49ers game tomorrow.
¿Qué tal, amigos? Les habla el cero miedo de la lucha libre, Penta, y estoy aquí en el estadio de los 49ers. No se lo pueden perder mañana en contra de los Osos de Chicago. 49ers, Penta, y ustedes tenemos 0. ¿Qué tal, amigos? Les habla el cero miedo de la lucha.
Penta's so over. The wackest shit ever, though, is in 2K, they added his, like, WrestleMania whatever attire, and then they don't just give it to you. It's like, man, people pay an arm and a leg for these fucking games. The least you can do is just, when you upload a new Penta attire, just give it to people. Like, don't make it a whole other character you got to unlock. Like, next year, 26, I will not spend 1 minute on my faction. I don't give a fuck what unlockables are in there. Like, I'm just boycotting the fucking the game mode until people fix this shit, you know? So we have some news here from across WWE, Raw, and SmackDown this last week. So Becky Lynch lost her IC title, and she's doing this conspiracy theory thing where she is like, oh, the ref was in the bag, and Drew's sort of doing the same thing. Like, oh, the ref is bought and paid for. He's emasculating the referee and all this shit. He did that on SmackDown. On Raw, Becky's like, saying it's a conspiracy, everyone's out to get her. So you kind of got two wrestlers doing the same thing on both shows. All good. But an anonymous Becky believer has given a first-hand account of what happened on WWE Raw with Becky Lynch.
I want to keep my name and identity anonymous because after Becky was brutally attacked from behind by Maxine, and after I saw Becky smashing ants on the mat to save everybody around ringside, I was instantly quartered by Adam Pearce and a bunch of his goons, and they said I needed to keep my mouth shut or something really bad was going to happen to me. I don't know exactly what that is, but I know Becky didn't tap. She was smashing insects, small ants that were all over the mat that were coming towards the ringside area, and Becky's a real hero. I want to keep my name and identity anonymous because after Becky was brutally...
So that's pretty funny, man, and it's obviously Becky. FTR get the win. I think I'm undefeated tonight so far in picks, I believe. But speaking of Raw and SmackDown, the audience for SmackDown last Friday dropped below 1 million viewers for the first time since the show moved to USA last year. The show faced tough competition from college football playoffs, almost at 1 million, down 200K, down 20% from the prior week. Key demo was a 0.21, down 19%, still a strong key demo. It was down 25% in total viewers year over year. And the key demo was down 43%. And Raw, for the third time in 4 weeks, Raw failed to crack the Netflix global top 10 for last week's episode. No viewership data for the shows available. Raw did rank 7th for the U.S., which is higher than the 2 other times when it didn't place on the global top 10. Man versus Baby. I watched the first episode, didn't realize it was a show, stopped watching it, didn't watch the last 3. Sorry, Mr. Bean. Emily in Paris, gay. No, I'm just joking. Jake Paul, Anthony Josh. I don't know. I don't even know what it is. Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua took the top 3 spots. Stranger Things took 5 of the others. So that's the thing. Stranger Things, the people rewatching episodes and watching the new episodes took all the fucking slots. That's why it didn't rank. Raw was, and I believe SmackDown was in the top 10 at one point in Canada, but globally this is a different thing, right? So Stranger Things season 2. No, he means part 2. There's no way that Stranger Things season 2 garnered 3.3 million views. I think Raj Giri meant Stranger Things part 2 of season 5, which is the number Raw has only beat 3 times. So is what it is. It's not that they were bad shows. Raw, I can't think of anything too crazy, overly significant that happened. Speaking of Stranger Things, Raw. So on January 5th, we're going to get this crossover, whatever it is. And Raw and SmackDown, what went down on Raw and SmackDown? It was just like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to think what was the most significant thing. So like Chelsea Green was in a tag match. Oh, Joe Hendry debuted with like Otis and R-Truth and fucking Tozawa against the Miz, and they just whooped the Miz's ass. They just whooped his ass all over. He was bleeding from like right underneath his butt cheek. And Miz really fucking is helping getting this next gen over. And Hendry's awesome. He's great on SmackDown. I love that. Carmelo Hayes won the U.S. title. Him and Dragunov had a banger. I just don't really care. I got to be honest. I don't care. I think Dragunov's U.S. title run was pointless. We had Tama Tonga stare down Dragunov like 12 times, and then nothing happened. Tama Tonga didn't go after him. So it's just that built to nothing. He had some banger matches. Okay, I guess that's cool. Sami Zayn was doing that, but with legends. I don't know who this helped. Maybe it helped Dragunov a bit. Melo's got the belt. Isn't this his second time at the U.S. belt, or am I wrong about that? I don't know, but am I wrong about that? I feel like he had it before. No? Maybe, whatever. He came up short, whatever. But good for Hayes. They had a banger. What else? Kit Wilson, I like what he's doing with like his whole we're gonna end toxic masculinity right? You just want to boo the guy. I like that shit. And then the Drew stuff. So they did a good piece of business where Drew's emasculating everybody, saying like, "Oh, I'll show your wife who daddy is," and all this shit. And then Rhodes isn't allowed to touch Drew, so then Drew claymored Rhodes. And all of that was good shit. That was my quick Raw and SmackDown review. But the ratings, and you see here Triple H with Carmelo Hayes right after the title win. And the ratings might not be through the roof as of late, but what has been through the roof as of late is the attendance. So we see on these live holiday tours, or tour here on the 26th, which was yesterday, they did like 9,000 people in Baltimore. Okay. And then tonight, AEW's in Pittsburgh, and they did like 8,000 people. And I'm sure since the update they sold out their number there, close to 10K, right, for the holiday tours. So it's hard to hate on them when the live attendance is up so much. And it's like, yes, it's the holidays. I don't like making excuses like that, but you have to factor that in to some degree. It's like, well, there's college ball and the holidays. Obviously, the numbers are going to go down. So who gives a fuck? It's like it's not a write-off for bad television, but it's like, okay, they do a lower rating than usual. I get it. At the same time, if the attendances start tanking, and people were trying to clown WWE like the attendances were tanking and shit because they did a couple SmackDowns at 6,000, it's like, bruv, that's AEW's pay-per-views. So if we're talking about challenger brands and bookers of the year and shit, I don't know how we quantify that other than look at these live attendances. It's fucking crazy. And Netflix is happy. We talked about the Netflix crossovers, and Bianca Belair and Liv Morgan were showcased in the What Next trailer for Netflix. I think January 7th, there's like a huge announcement that Netflix has planned. I don't know what it'll pertain to. I think maybe something to do with the WBD merger or whatever the fuck. But for everybody saying like, you know, if WWE was doing so bad, why would Netflix integrate them into their shit? It's like, you know, AEW gets integrated into WBD shit and DC shit and stuff like that as well. So I'm not going to be like, look at it for WWE, like they're doing so good. Look, they're in the ads and stuff, but they are showcased prominently at the Netflix Awards and everything. They're on the forefront. WWE's promoted heavily, man, on Netflix, whereas AEW isn't the other way around. And yes, like DC and them, I've said this a million times, like AEW is just a way to have 500,000 live viewers watching a show on TBS and TNT on Wednesdays where they can sell ads and promote their other shit. And as long as you do that, it's all good. Now, but I will say that like even AEW gets featured in WBD shit and crosses over with DC shit. So it doesn't mean like Netflix might not be like, oh, fuck, we shouldn't have whatever. But I just don't think that's the case. They're investing in all these reality shows. Unreal. Hulk Hogan's getting like a biopic or like a documentary or whatever the fuck they said on Netflix. John Cena as well. His documentary's coming to Netflix. Like there's a reason they're doing all of that. And I think those, like, we're not seeing Sting documentaries on HBO Max or TBS or whatever. All the reality shows, all the side shows, you know, pun intended, take that how you will. All the side shows and like side quests AEW have tried to do with reality shows and shit on TBS and TNT have all failed. Roads to the Top and all that shit. It's all done terrible numbers and they've never renewed it or anything like that. Unreal's getting a season 2. They didn't get a season 2 for no reason. You know, Hogan and Cena are getting documentaries. That's not for nothing, you know? So I think that's the way you can look at that as evidence of like, nah, WWE's doing well for them. As far as like the way they're promoted. They're just promoted in different ways. So yes, it's true. The crossover with like with WBD and AEW are there. The crossovers are there. But if you look at how the crossovers have been, utilized or pulled off, I guess, or how AEW's been utilized in any crossover, it's just not the same way. It's not to the same level or magnitude or the same, like, here's the stars of Netflix that you'll see every week on our, it's not presented that way. So I don't know. So we have 300 watching. Hit like. We're watching these girls. I'm going to quickly switch the poll. Okay, so who do you think wins the AEW Women's Tag Team Championships match? I wrote that like a redact, but it's all good. Babes of Wrath. Just the deadest crowd, man. Babes of Wrath versus Monet and Athena. You guys vote. Who do you think will win? I think Babes of Wrath will pull it off. Over there, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. So, let's see. What do we want to start with? Speaking of Netflix VP of Sports Gabe Spitzer confirmed a Hulk Hogan documentary is being worked on for Netflix. We had been filming with Hogan for, I think, 20 hours around the time where he passed. So we think that can be a really good one. Kind of sick and morbid, not going to lie. But, yeah, they were already filming him, like the big names that are draws, dude. They're going to drop docs about them. And Netflix wouldn't have been investing in this shit if it wasn't going to pay off. Speaking of investments and payoffs and all of that,
my biggest
NXT is planning an expanded travel schedule for NXT in 2026. Again, Phil, don't fucking miss. Where is
this just in from Phil Marks of PWT? He says, I told you so.
NXT is going to become, what's going to happen is NXT is going to like hit the C and then the B towns that the main roster sort of skips over. And they're going to start getting these NXT guys like, in some of the markets where you don't get house shows anymore, live events or like Raws or whatever, you got to go to a bigger city. But like you used to get live events from the main roster, you're now going to get like NXT. And then like some main roster guys will come down. Like Rusev shows up at one randomly. And that's exactly, like let's say you show up to a house show and then like randomly you get Shinsuke or something, like Finn and the Good Brothers come out, squash a guy, dip out, that sort of thing. Back in the day when it was the main roster, that's what's going to happen. And again, I predicted this so long ago, and I'm not saying it will be fully that in 26, but by 27, I bet NXT will be like, you're on the road a bunch of the year, brother, but it'll still be a lighter scheduled version. They have so much talent, And so in other NXT news, and television news, Michael Cole and Corey Graves will be on the Raw commentary team, and Joe Tessitore and Wade Barrett will be on SmackDown. And I think that's the way to go. I do like Tess and Barrett, but I think the A team is Graves and Cole. And remember when Graves had that little spell where he might have almost dipped out of WWE and there was talks like he could be fired. He went home because he got sent back to NXT and all this shit. And now it's like, look, he's back on Raw with Cole because it was just a weird period for WWE where they were kind of shifting things around and trying to get their footing. And I think this is the correct order. I think Cole and Graves are the A team, and they need to be on Raw. And not that Barrett and Tessitore aren't good, but they're just better suited for SmackDown on Friday nights. Friday night's all right to fight. So in other NXT and TV news, Thea Hale. Fightful Select reported that some within WWE have claimed referee Felix Fernandez received heat for not checking on Blake Monroe when she was hurt following the what did your boy Phil say again? Blake was fucked up on that shit. She was hurt following the springboard senton from Thea Hale, which led to the unplanned title change. It was initially reported that Fernandez received props backstage for counting the pinfall for Hale Monroe like a shoot, but there was heavy pushback against this. Now, I don't know who Fightful sources are, but yeah, I heard that people were mad as fuck, but I don't know shit. I'm not a fucking dirt sheet. I'm a redact. So
allegedly.
People got dressed down for this situation. And Blake fucking got hurt. Not like injured, but she was like, what the fuck? And the ref and Thea was just going crazy and not slowing down type shit. It's like, whatever. This is rumors. Like, that's the other side of the story than what the first side of the story was. I don't know, right? I'm not a dirt sheet. You come here for fun time. We're just speculating on all this. But Fightful, if they're saying this, I mean, hey, there's smoke to that fire. I'll say that much. So, at least from my interpretation of shit. So, moving along here, and speaking of NXT, Brian talks about finally he got his Christmas wish, the NXT call-ups. 'Twas the night before Christmas. And all through the house, Brian Alvarez squeaked like a mouse.
It appears that Javon Evans has been called up.
Yeah.
He's negotiating.
Yeah. So you guys crying about call-ups all the time as we chronicle on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week live every Thursday on YouTube. The fuck?
With Raw and SmackDown. So they said he's still with NXT at the moment, but at some point he's going up. So we got Trick Williams and Javon for sure going up to the main roster.
Well, they're all
Oba and
Joe
Oba
Hendry and Sol Ruca.
Well, Joe Hendry is, yes, he's on SmackDown.
Yeah. Sol Ruca.
It's so crazy how they're just talking about this after the fact, after spurging out forever about what are they doing call-ups. You got to call guys up. They just don't know what they're doing. It's incompetence. They're all called up now, stupid. Are you going to apologize? You going to change your fucking rhetoric there, bud?
All on the list. I mean, I don't know when Sol Ruca's coming, but I know that after that show that they were, number one, they put her over Bailey.
Oh, you knew after that show? Hey, dummy, how about before the show? That's why they picked the people they picked. Because they're all obviously shoo-ins to be called up. They act like you just stay in NXT forever. They'll never be called up. Zero patience, fickle-ass motherfuckers.
If they're going to put you over a main roster character on a big show, it's going to be part of it. But yeah, I mean, I was told on the Sunday right after that show that, they said all of those guys, when they got over Femi's too, even though he's the champion right now, and they see over Femi as like a major main event.
I was told after that event on Sunday, no. You weren't told that. And if you were, you're dumb because all you got to do is go, oh, they're all booked on the show. Yeah, WWE sees big things. And Javon's on like every other SmackDown now. And he's been on Raw now. So clearly he's going to get called.
But all of those people that were on that show, the key was that they got over to the real audience.
To the quote, real audience. Look at this fucking dummy. The key was when they got over to the real audience, Brian. No, Dave, that's not the key. And I'll tell you why. Because Julia is barely over with the quote, real, and the way he words it. Dave, don't put it in quotes. You're the one who says the real audience. The people backstage in WWE might call it the real audience or the mainstream Raw SmackDown audience. But because the NXT fans are just locals who go to that show every fucking week. So they're actually not the quote unquote real fucking audience. And Dave's the one going, the real audience. Yeah, that's what you are the one who says that.
Show. The key was that when they got over to the real audience, you know what I mean? The large audience that watched John.
The large, quote unquote. Yes, Julia's not over with them. Stephanie Vaquer is. They didn't just give up on Julia, bud. So it's not just that. Kiana James is not over at all. She's terrible. She's great in the ring. I fucking think her manager shit she's been doing is terrible. She had a solid tag match showing, but it's been terrible. This whole Julia Kiana thing is terrible. Motherfucker, they're not giving up on them, and neither am I. I can say it's terrible now. It doesn't mean it can't get good. Not everyone can be a Stephanie Vaquer. Look at Roxanne Perez. Fucking the tumbleweed wasn't even coming out for her. Now look at her. Over in the mix with top talent and top people. Why? Because they knew she had it. They knew that they just needed to give it a bit of time. So this fucking moron is sitting here like the larger, in quotations. Yeah, Dave, it's a bigger audience. It's objectively, why would that part be in quotes? Stupid. It's objectively a bigger audience. Raw and SmackDown's audience. Fuck is your problem?
That really turned, I mean, it sped everything up. That was the thing. I mean, like they knew all those guys were going to be up anyway, but seeing like there's that
it sped it up. No, stupid. You're sped. You're special ed, dude.
Perception that, well, they're big in their little bowl, you know what I mean? But when you see them on the big bowl and they're really over, that changed a lot of opinions real fast.
Dave, it changed your opinion, and then you're just projecting that like it's other people's opinion. You're an idiot. Speaking of silliness, here, let me check in with you guys. Let's switch the poll here. So the Babes of Wrath, again, someone can fact check me on this, but am I fucking spot on like 100% tonight? Babes of Wrath won. So I called that one as well. I'm 100% tonight. No, what's the card? What's the rest of the card? So Babes of Wrath, and what happened? Exactly what I said. They're going to like get the roll up or something on Monet, and then Willow's going to get to challenge Monet because remember, they fought in the past over that New Japan Strong belt. So they'll fight over the TBS title. And then like Harley will get a shot at Athena's belt or something, and then they'll both get beat or just some bullshit Tony Khan stuff. I see right through this motherfucker, you know? So did I end that poll? Yeah. You guys, what did you say? What the fuck did you guys say? I don't know. You guys voted for it. Didn't pop up for me. All good. You guys voted for Willow and them. So you're spot on. Yeah. Okay. Here it is. Babes of Wrath, 75% said Willow. So guys, we're at 80 likes. There's well over 100 watching on the YouTube channel. If you're on X and you want to support, come on over and hit the like button real quick. The link will be there, or just hit the heart on Twitter or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So we have Gabe Kidd versus who do you think will win this match? Darby Allin or Gabe Kidd? I see Darby Allin just getting a win here because he's taken some losses, and Gabe Kidd's like the new guy and the Nuge guy. You know what I mean? So I think I picked Darby at the start there. We have a couple super chats. I'm not a shark, I'm a man. Missed the Santino jingle all the way to watch along. Who did that? The Santino jingle all the way to watch along. That would have been awesome. Yeah, next year, I don't know how we're going to do it, but I'm going to add some new categories and shit. I don't know if I'm going to do all this. Like, I'll probably do the same ones, But yeah, that I'm not going to spam and flood everybody's feed with like 100 questions next time. Sorry to all the YouTube people I did that to, but I just really wanted like the most votes I could get on those key categories, and then the rest of the feds and the other categories is like I just do it on the site, but I'll just do it on the site for everything, and I'm gonna add way more things to vote on, like funny things, Sicko of the Year, Tony Khan biggest fumble of the year, a bunch of these things. So and thank you members for like helping me deliberate over that shit as well. Become a member, guys, only 99 cents. I do member shows every week, and they rule. I'm not a shark, I'm a man again for 2 says, in all fairness, Dave is clearly artistic. Yeah, 100%. Like actually, you know, so it is what it is. So in more WWE news, Roman Reigns spent the day picking up and delivering pizzas to sick kids at a children's hospital this holiday season. That fucking rules. Roman Reigns is the GOAT for a reason. And he's our tribal chief. He's our tribal chief for a reason, and he's wearing a wild Samoans like bloodline type shirt there, which rules as well. Cody Rhodes. WWE sources indicated that Cody Rhodes fulfilled the most Make-A-Wishes of any WWE superstar in 2025. So shout him out as well for that. Making a bunch of kids' dreams come true. All I want for Christmas is you. So good for him. Speaking of blessings, Trish Stratus blessed us all for Australia FHM magazine. And this is her at fucking 50 years old, man. She just turned 50. She's on the 2026 FHM Australia, so I'll just leave that there for a second. Thirstcast. We don't Speaking of blessings, man. Speaking of blessings. So Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, speaking of blessed, has reportedly made over $80 million since joining TKO. Jesus Christ. Give me one, The Rock. Give me one. For the love of God. Give me one, bro. Dwayne "The Rock." Dewey, come on down. Madness. So speaking of fucking mainstream and speaking of madness, the White House shares a video of Triple H giving advice on how to stay healthy through the holiday season. Here we go. And it's funny. Can I just say this? A lot of people hate on Triple H. They're like, oh, the guy who had the heart problem from doing too many steroids is going to talk about health. Well, yeah, man, he's actually, this is the same reason why when Arnold Schwarzenegger talked about health and stuff like that, people listen to him because he's a guy that would know, right? He's a guy that did steroids. Like he's done I'm just going to eat egg whites and I'm just going to juice myself up on roids and, whatever the fuck. Like he would be a guy who has learned from good and bad experience. And like whether his heart is, some people like attribute it to the the vid vax or whatever, dude. I'm not Alex Jones. I'm not fucking going down that rabbit hole. Some people attribute it to that, which maybe it's true. I mean, it's not like that hasn't had, like some people fucking don't react well to certain, whatever. So I'm not like dismiss whatever the fuck, but conspiracy theories and all of that aside, it's like Triple H would be a guy that I would be like, okay, he knows what it's like to just eat healthy and bodybuild, and he knows what it's like to fucking juice up. He would know. He's not going to be like, everyone do steroids, right? Like he's not going to say that. He knows from the good and the bad. So that's the type of guy you would want to hear from. At least I think. I don't know why people fucking, how many stories of people who have like lost that life and then redeemed themselves, like, oh, this drug addict fucking made it to the other side, and he goes and speaks to high school kids about, hey, don't fuck your life up, like that's the person you want to hear from. So Anyways, I don't give Triple H flack for this at all. I think it's kind of cool using WWE superstars to like talk to kids about staying healthy. I know it is kind of like, man, they use celebrities to go like, the letter of the day is A or whatever on Sesame Street. There's a reason, you know, it's just to help get the message across. So I don't know. I think people like laughing at Triple H for this. It's not like he booked himself into this. Yeah, but he's friends with Trump. Okay, every president puts someone they're friends with in charge of this type of shit. You know, that's what they fucking do, buddy. Like, it's one big club. They're all just fucking helping each other out, you know, scratching each other's backs. I don't know what to tell you.
All right, we are outside of the White House, waiting just to go into the Oval Office to meet with the president. People asking, what do you do during the holidays to stay in shape, to get stronger, to be healthy? The thing is, I think if you're just trying to figure that out, enjoy your holidays. Enjoy the holiday season. Take time, spend it with your families, do whatever it is to make you have a good time. But do something active. It can be simple.
What I would recommend is not only just through January, but through the rest of the year, focus on every single day doing some sort of aerobic activity, 10 to 15 minutes.
Look, and they got fucking professional golfers out here and stuff. Like, why wouldn't you want to hear from Triple H about this shit? I don't know.
If it's push-ups, pull-ups, whatever it is, make sure you're staying healthy and active. We know we're behind screens all day long. We know we're not in the gym enough, but go out and make it a responsibility to yourself to become healthier in 2026.
Hell yeah.
Keep it all the way to December next year.
Just do something. Get moving. If America just gets moving, we're all going to be stronger. We're all going to be healthier. We're all going to be in way better shape next year.
Yeah, both mentally and physically. I agree. PWT endorses this message and the White House. You heard it here first, folks. Oh my God. So speaking of the Clique and Triple H and them, right? Kevin Nash says he wouldn't cut ties with WWE over their relationship with Trump due to his connection with McMahon Levesque family. He says Mick Foley bailed, and I was just like, man, I understand it. And if that's how Mick feels, I get it from Mick's standpoint. But for me personally, because I had some people text me like, you're going to follow suit, let me explain my position. Paul and I drove up and down the road for a year and a half. Paul was the first of the Clique to hold T, Nash's son. He gets with Steph, and I was at their wedding. I was one of Paul's best men. I was in the wedding. When I was Diesel, they flew my wife up to New York, and Linda took my wife out for the day. That was my wife's first visit to New York City. While I was busy doing a commercial, doing some other things, Linda took care of my wife, and I'll forever be grateful for that because my wife was really nervous. I look at the McMahon Levesque. I look at them as family. That's it. They're family to me. Linda knows what my political views are. I remember we were at Barclays Center. It was the priceless look she gave me, like, you fucking liberal. And she just looked at me. She goes, he's okay. And I went over and I gave her a hug and I asked her how she was doing. It's like, they're my Republican family, you know, but they're family. Yeah, I don't know why people let that shit get in between things. I just think it's so goofy. Moving along here. Yeah, so in other news, so here's some thises and that's from WWE. Backlash 2026 will take place in San Juan, Puerto Rico. A date is listed internally for May 9, 26. Check Bad Bunny's schedule, folks. Okay, what is Bad Bunny's schedule? I'm going to type it in. Is Bad Bunny touring in May 2026? Yes, Bad Bunny is touring with major European stops. He'll be in Barcelona in May 22 on May 22nd and 23. I can't see a clear. Is this all of his dates? April. Oh my God, guys. Oh my God. Hold on. Oh my God. Chat. I'm pulling this up. Check this out and tell me what you guys see. Oh my God, guys. Look at Bad Bunny's tour dates. Oh my God. This rules. Ready? Boom. What do you guys notice? Are you guys watching? His tour, January, February, March, he has April and May off until May 22nd. And the Backlash show is on May 9th, listed internally. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, Chambea. Oh, shit. Bukati. Right, dude? We're doing a little investigating here. A PWT investigation has commenced. Look at this shit. Bad Bunny's tour stops in March in Japan, and then he has a month and a half off until May 22. Getting in-ring ready to do the May 9 show, then have a couple weeks off to recover, and then goes to Barcelona to continue the fucking tour? Or what, chat? Or what, buddies? That fucking rules, dude. Phil Marks just uncovered that live here at PWT. So, yeah, we definitely need Bad Bunny. We need Chambea. We need that big time, dude. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I'm going to put out, someone should put out a tweet saying, as first reported by PWT, Bad Bunny will be at whatever, and tag me at Pro Wrestle Times, and then I'll retweet it and we'll trigger people on X. So, speaking of being triggered, this triggered me when I saw it, man. Here's Tiffany Stratton the night before Money in the Bank 2024, and this was her rehearsing this spot, and she almost broke her goddamn neck.
Throwback to when I almost broke my neck the night before a big match.
Slipped.
Throwback to when I almost broke my neck the night before a big match. Throwback to when I almost
look at that.
broke my neck the night before a big match. Throwback.
Fuck, man. Thank God she's okay. Damn, that's scary shit. Ugh. So, speaking of awesomeness and WWE being fucking mainstream and whatnot, and the good side of the business. Well, here's some indie nonsense, actually. Ricky Saints attacked Zilla Fatu at Reality of Wrestling. So remember, Lance Anoa'i turned on Zilla Fatu at HOG against the Hardys. Like, Lance turned on Zilla, and now Ricky Saints is attacking Zilla at Reality of Wrestling. I see Zilla getting primed up in the next year or two for like an NXT run, you know? That's why I think all this shit's happening. There's no audio on this, by the way. It's not me. There's like very light audio on this. So Zilla's wiping out everyone. Here, we'll let this play. Let it play. Let it play. They have his music on deck, so it's helping out ID and it's helping out Zilla, because I think we'll see Zilla in and around. You know, he'll be in NXT, Evolve, some sort of shit like that sooner or later. Maybe Evolve's too low. Danny Limelight, I see you guys putting him over. He's awesome. A little long in the tooth as far as his career's concerned. But Danny Limelight stays in tremendous shape and is, I think he was in AEW for like a little bit, no? Just underutilized. You know, one of these guys like a Jay Lethal, like, he's more of a vet than AEW's using. Like, he should be in there getting some of these guys over. I don't know, whatever. But speaking of being over, man, WWE's super over, and Cooper DeJean, NFL, comments on his and the Eagles is John Cena celebration against the Washington Commanders. What a shitty name. The celebration. So here's what he had to say.
Yeah, we were just in zone. Was laying it down. He came all the way back around, and I saw him pop his feet and just took off. Was able to catch it. I thought I was going to score, but I didn't realize he was right behind me. And then the celebration, just a tribute to John Cena, guy I watched growing up, big WWE guy when I was a kid. So we had that one planned for a while. I just didn't get picked, and Q didn't either. So now we did. So pulled it out. Sweet.
Hell yeah, dude. And I like that people talk about wrestling. Like before, a young kid like this would be like, wrestling, that's gay. What are you, gay, bro? But now it's like he seriously is like, yeah, John Cena, I fucking watched him. It's like wrestling's fucking, especially WWE's like over and mainstream again. Like I don't give a fuck what anybody says, man. Look at Hollywood right now. Look who's getting casted in all these shits, especially these fighting movies. Like they need people who can act. Wrestlers can do shit in one take. They can do it live, and they can be physical where you need them to. And you're probably paying them less than you'd pay. Like, there's a reason why John Cena and The Rock and Tom Cruise do their own stunts on top of them being like, I'm a thrill seeker, man. That's what Tom Cruise does. But, like, when John Cena got certified to do his own stunts, well, you get paid more for that shit, too. You paid way more. And there's way more insurance on you and all this shit in case anything happens, for your family's sake and all that. So, whatever. I'm going off on a fucking tangent. But Daniel Cormier just pulled out the attitude adjustment again. UFC legend, hitting fucking WWE moves in training.
Punch, fall. Hit it. Oh, you can't see me. Oh, you got to stay down. You got to stay down. Hit it. Foul knuckle shuffle. Hit the pin. Hit the pin.
That's why Cormier was a ref.
Hit the pin. Hit the pin. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Tried to kick out, you son of a bitch. No selling all his shit.
You can't see it. He's the champion. He's the champion. He's the champion. 17-time world champion. He's the champion. He's the champion.
So, yeah, there was footage of Cormier like fucking sparring recently, and he looked like he could still go, man. He's trading heavy blows with some dudes. Pause. So here's what Bruce Pritchard's number one criticism of pro wrestling today is, and it has to do with refs, and I just thought people should hear this, and it's clearly a shot at Aubrey Ed. No, I'm just joking.
My biggest pet peeves with referees is when they're over the top and they make silly gestures or silly faces. Like,
Aubrey?
Do you see an NFL referee when a guy makes a catch go, oh, yeah? No, they do their job. They keep their head down. They're watching. It's fair. It's in amateur wrestling. Referee is there. The referee counts. Referee calls points. The referee doesn't react like, oh, hell of a suplex. And I get it. We're entertainment. But Jesus Christ, man, I want to see the referee. Nobody goes to see the referee. The best referee is the referee that is invisible, that is there when it's time to be there. Best referee and the best match is when the talent actually uses the referee properly and respects the referee. Because if you don't, then they're just dead nuts. So,
and what about when the ref disrespects the talent by letting them get knocked out and not doing shit, or trying to steal the fucking spotlight in the match?
A referee can make a match great, and a referee can make a match suck. If they're doing antics and they're all over the place, and I'm watching it, the goofiness of the referee, it takes away from the match.
Yeah, for sure. And then there's some instances where like Little Nate or Nick Patrick or Earl Hebner became part of the story or whatever. But again, that's neither here nor there. Moving along here. So I switched the poll in the chat. Let's head over here for one tick. I switched the poll in the chat. Darby Allin, 78%. I've been right this whole goddamn time. What's this next match here? Who do you think wins? So is this like no DQ and shit? Because if it is, again, we already saw like these two last guys, Gabe Kidd and Darby, just bleed all over the fucking place. Conglomeration or the Death Riders. And then what's this trash music? Fucking Death Riders. The snooze riders, man. There's no winners with that Darby match. It's AEW, Phil. It's all no DQ. Which one of you nasty thieves stole my butt plug? I don't appreciate it. Whoa, what? There were no winners with that Darby match. Okay. Let's get into, we have one last story here, the main story of WWE news. And this is what Seth Rollins had to say about Jim Cornette and Vince Russo. He lumped them together. Now, Jim Cornette did not give a response, but we do have like what possibly triggered Seth Rollins to say this. So we're going to listen to this clip. It's from More Stories with Jay Moore, so he was like a huge comedian. You guys, and he was in movies and shit. You guys obviously probably remember the name Jay Moore, dude. And his show gets like no fucking views. And he was getting, I think it's starting to resurge a little bit because some comedians started working with him. But basically what happened was like Joe Rogan and those guys convinced Bert Kreischer to like get away from Jay Moore. And it sort of ruined his reputation a little bit. And a lot of the people in comedy like don't really fuck with him anymore. And, Bert Kreischer's told stories of like, Jay Moore's like slapped him in public and like would treat him like a fucking dog and things like this. So that's fucked up. But Jay Moore also famously was accused of like borrowing jokes or stealing a couple jokes. One of which was Bert Kreischer's story about smoking PCP with Tracy Morgan and getting thrown out of a bar and Tracy Morgan being like, now that's how you get out of paying a bar tab, Jay Moore's. But like, at the time, Bert and Jay Moore were touring together, and Jay Moore I'm just trying to give you some backstory on this guy's podcast, right? If you're like, who the fuck is Jay Moore? It's like a comedian who is big, but he fell off the face of the earth, right? For a little bit. But he's fine though. He's married to the woman who whose family owns the Lakers. Right? He married the woman whose family owns the Lakers. And it just goes to show you that having a sense of humor and being able to make women laugh go a long fucking way longer than, you know what I'm saying? But, Jay Moore would do this bit and he like lifted a Dice Clay bit once, like my yam bag. And then it's mine now. That's where that comes from, is like Jay Moore famously did that on a talk show. And then he ended up getting the police involved with Dice Clay because Dice Clay's like, I'll be seeing you in public on the Opie and Anthony show and shit. He has just like a weird history of like that, towing the line of like, is he stealing jokes or what? Anyways, they got fucking Seth Rollins on this pod somehow. And maybe because Jay Moore, like if you know about like who he is, he was in fucking movies with Jennifer Aniston and shit, like he's a known dude. And I'm sure someone in Seth who's in Hollywood now, he's down to do shows like this. Hopefully this got Jay Moore some views. Maybe go check him out. He was funny on O&A and shit, but I wasn't like the biggest fan of his stand-up, not that he wasn't good or anything, but either way, enough about the comedy. Let's get in. Well, this is comedy. Seth Rollins calls out Vince and Jim Cornette and calls them hangers-ons, or whatever the fuck.
Whose side are you on? Jim Cornette, the tennis racket?
But this is awesome that Jay Moore knows about this. But I'm sure also somebody. Well, maybe he's a wrestling fan. We'll find out.
Whose side are you on? Jim Cornette, the
He's
tennis
from New
racket
York,
guy.
Cornette, yeah.
Jim Cornette versus the Vince guy, the writer.
Russo?
Yes.
So I hate them both.
Cornette says, when I
hate them both. I think they're both jackasses. But if you had to pick, if you were like gun to your head, which one would you side with?
As a fan, I mean, I kind of want to hang out with Cornette a little more.
Oh, dude, he likes Cornette. See, this is what I'm saying. This is funny. This is awesome.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
So I've hung out with Cornette because Cornette was a booker of mine. No, he was fine.
Cornette was a booker of mine? Oh, shit. Cornette booked him where? In ROH or like the tail end of OVW? Or was Seth only there for FCW? I wonder.
Fine. No, he was fine. He's super.
I think it was ROH, right?
Super entertaining. I mean, the guy, I mean, he can still cut a promo. He's a victim of the hot take culture where like he has to say the craziest thing that could come to his brain.
I don't know, man. I feel like I got hot takes and I don't say that crazy as shit. I mean, I do when I'm joking, clearly, but I'm trying to be like a logical motherfucker here most of the time. Maybe that's to my own detriment. Maybe I should just start saying the craziest shit. I also think Jim Cornette just gives his opinions and he just cuts fiery promos. And like, you can't, like, more people think it's funny than just saying the wildest thing. You know, anyways, not to defend Corny, but, you know, I'll be critical of him if it calls for it. But, you know,
that's how he makes his money on his podcast.
George the Animal Steel has Down syndrome.
So yeah, but he's all like
Shockwave is the goat.
He's an idiot.
Shockwave. Fucking Joe.
They're both idiots.
Shockwave's the GOAT AEW show.
But if I had to pick one, it'd be Cornette.
I think he meant Shockmaster, but if I had to pick, they're both idiots, but if I had to pick one, it would be Cornette.
Down syndrome.
So yeah, but he's all like
Shockwave is the GOAT.
He's an idiot.
Shockwave. Fucking Joe.
They're both idiots, but if I had to pick one, it'd be Cornette.
Who said?
Yeah, people are trying to get into that WWE. Like everybody wants the WWE views, or just like the pro wrestling shit is taken off again. So Vince Russo, bro, responded with, "Let's take a look at my tremendous writing acumen." Bro, I swear to God, Seth freaking Rollins, bro, is a freaking mark wrestler, bro. So Seth Rollins hates me, and according to him, I'm a hanger-oner. So this is why I love being an analyst, bro. Let me tell you, I get to really analyze people's comments, bro. So Seth Rollins hates a guy that he actually never even met or even had a conversation with, bro. I booked JCW, bro. In other words, he's never had any contact with me in any way, shape, or form, bro. Let me tell you, that equates to Seth Rollins does not know me, bro. So then why the hate? I'm assuming that it must have to do with my analysis of Seth Rollins over the years. Bro, let me tell, well, there is no question that Seth is a great athlete. It's like I have always questioned Seth being a great worker, bro. Why? Simply because I have witnessed dozens of Seth's matches over the years where he fails to sell. Bro, in my book, being a great worker, being a great wrestler, bro, means you know how to sell. From there, I question why. When Seth turned heel, did he still go out there and literally conduct the fans as they sang along to his song? Bro, is that what a heel would do? I invented Stone Cold Steve Austin, bro. Then there... let me... bro, then there's this. me saying to nauseam, bro, that his mentor, thus Seth being his boy, Triple H is not a writer. Bro, he's a mark. Guess what? I'm not even going to argue that point. SmackDown just did under 1 million viewers for the 3rd time, bro. That's proof enough. From there, Idaho's own, the Monday Night Messiah, Seth freaking, let me tell you, the visionary and whatever moniker he's used over the years, bro, said that I was a hanger on it. Bro, I left the WWE over 26 years ago. He wrote adieu. Don't... Are you guys just mad yet? I'm still going. I don't, brother. I don't have Seth Rollins muscles. I would have to let go within the first 3 minutes. And lastly, the obvious. Nobody likes it. Bro, let me tell you what the boys are saying in the locker room and around the barricade where I have been twice, bro. Yup, that must explain why I keep getting hired over and over again at 65 years old. Like, bro, let me Seth freaking, if you want to learn anything about being a character, storylines, and exactly and what exactly a heel is, and yes, even selling, you can tune into JCW Lunacy every Thursday night on YouTube. Maybe you can have a sleepover with Triple H. Wouldn't hurt him to learn a thing or two either. And while I thank both you and Mr. Moore for putting me over by mentioning me on his show, please, and I beg you, I beg you, bro, freaking respond to this tweet. RussoBrand.com could use the clicks. Good day and Merry Christmas, bro. So that was Vince Russo's response, right? And this is what Cornette said about Becky. And this is why Seth Rollins likely hates Cornette even more. But yet Vince Russo's more triggered by it, oddly enough. So Contra402 tweeted out, Jim Cornette was talking crazy about Rollins' wife a few years back, and for some reason Seth is the problem here. So this is what Cornette said about Becky. For anyone wanting context, but sure, since it's Seth Rollins saying it, everyone sides with that raging bum. If you let a man talk like this about your wife and don't start hating that person, it tells me everything I need to know. And so Jim Cornette, in his latest podcast, Cornette did not hold back over Becky's pregnancy. I'm not surprised. So Jim Cornette says, fuck me. So Jim Cornette says, you can't always be on top of the wrestling business in a $1 million a year spot or more. Oh, I remember this. In a $1 million a year spot or more. But you can have a fucking baby. What is she? Can she be 30? Lynch is 33. Well, still, she's got many more years before the fucking easy bake oven gets shut off. Nah, I disagree with Jim there, dude. 30s, like, you got to start having babies, man. Why wait? You know, she can have all those problems like a descended stomach and stretch marks and hemorrhoids and hormone problems and mood swings and all those other joys of motherhood later when she ain't making $1 million a fucking year. Yeah, I just don't know. Like Seth was making money. I don't know if money's everything to everyone, you know? Not to like sound lame. Like we'd all love $1 million, but like, I don't know. I think she wanted to be a mother, bro. I think that just sort of takes... They're fine. They're well off. They were good if she never came back again, you know? She got plenty of time left. What would you do if your wife came home and said, instead of making $1 million next year, I'm going to basically just be a raging bitch for the next 9 months and then give you more shit to worry about around the house? Yeah, I don't know. This is a pretty bad take from Jimbo. I'm not going to lie. It seems like he has a vendetta against babies or something. You know. Thank you. Fuck you. Bye. Boom. She doesn't have plenty of time left, and What would you do if your wife came home and said instead of making $1 million next year, I'm going to basically just be a raging bitch? Well, that's not what they would say. They're bringing your child into the world. It's like a fucking crazy thing, man. It's like a life-changing fucking thing, dude. And I'm sure he wanted children as well. And I'm sure they're like, we already have $1 million, an extra $1 million to do what? Like, Jim, why don't you go to every fucking convention and shit you're offered? And I get it. Like, the window for making millions doesn't just come around every day, but Becky's all good. Like, she's so over. You could argue she's more over than Seth. What are your thoughts? I think he was out of line. Yeah, whatever. He's just saying wild shit, and that's his perspective on things. I don't think he's saying that to rage bait for clicks, though. I think Corny's just like, he doesn't have kids, does he? So he's just like, fuck them kids. And that's a lot of people have that mentality. So look at the birth rate declines. For real, though. It's an actual thing, dude. It's like a serious thing. And yeah, so a lot of people, I think, maybe even agree with Jim on that, but just the way she's like basically going to be a raging bitch. I don't think that this is the point I'm getting at. Jim, I think it's a bad take, but it's not like it's personally directed. Maybe it is because not all the girls are making $1 million, but like girls were starting to get paid more. So I think any of the girls who were making about $1 million, he would have had the same criticism for if they got pregnant in the midst of that. But I'm curious, like, did he cut a promo on Naomi? I'm not saying Naomi was $1 million act, but she was goddamn reinventing herself and taking it to the next level. And I wonder if his take was the same on that. But I mean, I don't know. It is what it is, man. I totally get why Seth would fucking hate on Jim for that. And that was WWE News, ladies and gentlemen. NordVPN.com/ProWrestleTimes. 75% off on 3 years with 3 free months. It's like $250 a month it works out to or some shit. You can cancel anytime, 30-day money back guarantee. NordVPN.com/ProWrestleTimes. There's a link below. Holiday offer from me to you on Filmus. So in this match, we saw Toni Storm take the big swing. We saw, Toni Storm hitting pile drivers on Garcia because he's a little bitch. And, yeah. Chris Walski for 2 says, here's some money for your Vince Russo voice. Bro, let me tell you, why do I keep making money, bro? Dude, thank you. Thank you very much.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you. And then Mo Moon has been a member for 9 months. Also gets
acknowledge me.
Oh, man. About halfway through the Vince thing, I was like, because I had a different screen pulled up. I'm like, I'm going to click, and if I lost viewers, I'm just going to laugh, but I didn't. People flocked in, and I was like, okay, good. I was like, if chat probably hates me right now, but I'm going to stick it through and do the whole thing because it's funny. Mixed nuts match minus 10 flutes. What about TNA news? BDE got a t-shirt. Yeah, we're going to do some more news. We got some more news, folks. So I said the Death Riders were going to win, and they didn't. So this is my first L of the night. I thought that this match was on the card to keep the Death Riders looking stronger than they've been as of late. And it's just whack how they play like the team's music, and then they just start playing Toni Storm's music. Unless like Luther's coming out or some shit. Oh yeah, Mina comes out. Then they kiss. Yeah, I don't know. This is stupid. This is like bad Collision shit. This is like AEW dark level shit right here. The Vince Russo rant was more entertaining than the match. He said similar things about Naomi. He didn't go hard on Naomi, but they just complained the other day about how she left as soon as she got good. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm not gonna like women choosing motherhood and shit. What the fuck are you gonna be mad at that for, dude? Should they just not wrestle, at all? And then this whole like money, like you're gonna make that extra milli. It's like, all right, but her husband's a fucking millionaire. So what do we? They want to have kids, I don't get it. All good, all good. So Mercedes is all triggered, running off. Oh shit. Monet's melting down right now. Oh my god. Just having a stage 5 melty.
Mercedes, another tough loss tonight. The end of 2025 has not exactly been good to you. Which is why 2025 hasn't been good to me.
Hasn't been a good to me. Ultimo Monea rules. Did she just say Ultimo Monet rules? Bro, she listens to PWT.
Sometimes in life, you gotta be a hoe.
I'm telling you. Hasn't been good of all time. It's my actual impression of her. And she just said Ultimo Monet rules. About Willow Nightingale. You guys hear this shit? As Lil Wayne said, I'm on point like a harpoon. Okay? Look, and now she's calling out Willow. The fuck? That's crazy, buddy.
Sometimes
I control AEW, bro. I'm telling you. No, if I did, it would actually be good. So let's end that poll. We got more news. We'll put a new poll in there. That's what she said. Oh, go. So we'll end the poll. 64% said Death Riders, aligning with your boy Phil, because I've been spot on tonight, but then that's the one I got wrong. So all good. We're going to start a poll here. Who do you think wins the AEW Women's Championship match? Chris Statlander. Jamie Hayter. I'm pretty sure that's how you spell it, bud. Okay. Guys, run the likes up to 100. We're almost there. Thank you very much. Oh, man. Amazing. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's head over here. Check out my other YouTube channel, Phil Marks Out, where I talk about movies. I'm going to review the last 3 episodes of Stranger Things over there. And it is time for some miscellaneous news. It's been a long time since we've got together.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So the final numbers are in. WrestleTix estimated that Eric Bischoff's wrestling promotion, Real American Freestyle, distributed 3,342 tickets last night for RAF4, beating the last 2 times AEW was held at the same arena by 2% and 8% respectively. Shout out Switchblade for doing the math. Listen, RAF, Dave Meltzer said, well, Eric Bischoff and Conan have an opportunity to prove Tony Khan wrong. And they both have. They both beat Tony Khan's shit. So Dave can go fuck himself. And again, another win for the good guys here at PWT. Speaking of the good guys here in indie action, Andrade El Idolo has returned to New Japan and will be teaming up with United Empire at Wrestle Kingdom. La Sombra is back. So we don't need to watch this whole thing, but Andrade is back in Nuge.
Business all over the world. But in Japan,
So yeah, we'll see him back in AEW in no time. I'm sure of that. Speaking of New Japan, Hiroshi Tanahashi's final ever entrance at Korakuen Hall today. Before his match with Koze Fujita, Tanahashi came out to fans holding those A signs. Next stop, Wrestle Kingdom 20 against Katsushika Okada. Let's take a look here. Damn, he's walking rough, dude. He is walking rough. He looks a little better, more spry than he did in his last AEW appearance. But like even just getting up the rope or the steps to the ring. So very much like John Cena, we'll see when he loses. Like Dave's already like, yeah, he's losing. And no one will melt down or keep the same energy about like, oh, the time-honored Tanahashi's ending of his career wasn't good, even though he called his shot, had a 1-year retirement tour, and then fucking is losing. You know, none of those sickos will keep the same energy about Tanahashi. I guarantee it. So speaking of New Japan, David Finlay's contract is up in the near future. He's expected to explore his options in America as there's interest there. Tone's going to try and scoop up Finlay. I think Finlay would be awesome in WWE. And I think they would be foolish not to try and scoop him up, man. So speaking of guys you want to scoop up, man, Bear Bronson. He just won a triple threat match against Fancy, Ryan Clancy, and Marcus Mathers, who's WWE ID'd. And he won this title, this Wrestling Open Rhode Island world title. He's getting a shot at Kazarian. Again, man, I don't know. I'm just good at picking him, I think. Speaking of being good at picking him, Netflix reveals that Jake Paul versus Joshua drew 33 million live viewers worldwide. For comparison, Canelo Crawford did 41 million. Wow. And then Paul versus Tyson pulled 108 million. So it's what I've been saying, and I'm sorry whoever this offends, but Jake Paul is slipping. He's not the fucking A side of these fights. Okay? He's not the A side of these fucking fights. If he fought Canelo or Crawford, it would do higher numbers. Mike Tyson did 108 million. Even Joshua, like, that's the problem. It's not like people like, yeah, he's one of the best heavyweight boxers, but boxing should be a fucking ashamed of itself, honestly. The most hype fights are Jake Paul fights. It's just stupid. It's fucking dumb. And 33 million, like, that's still insane. Like, I'm not shitting on that at all. But there's a reason why Netflix wasn't crashing this time. You know what I mean? And the fight was whatever. It's just like Jake Paul went out there, made a mockery of fucking boxing. And people are like, respect for him going out there. And it's like, yes, but if you gave anybody that much money, they both cleared, I think, like 90 million for this fight. And I'm not joking. Fact check me on that. They both cleared like 90 million. And Joshua, I think I read he has to pay like 60 million in fucking taxes in the UK for being a UK resident and fighting in the States. There's something about that where he has to pay like 60 million in taxes or some shit. Think about that. 2/3 of his fucking cut, you know? It's crazy, bro. It's a fucking wild thing. And I'm not joking. Google that, guys. I think Jake and Joshua both made like 90 million. So if you gave I'll fight Joshua for 90 million. I'll fight Jake Paul and Joshua at the same time for $90 million, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? So I'll get fucking starched by Joshua for 90 million. So it's like, is he really that courageous? I just don't know about that. I just really don't know if that's like a courageous thing or whatever, like people are saying, right? And the initial plan was for him to fight someone with the same height and reach differential between him and Joshua, but he would have been on the bigger end. He was going to fight Tank Davis, and that never happened. So it's like, how courageous is it really? He was just backed into a corner and was like, fuck, I got to deliver on this Netflix. He has a deal with Netflix. But the numbers are dwindling if we're just being objective here. And Jake Paul, like when he fights, he's just booked himself into a bad position other than like the money. But it's like, again, is everything just the money? Sure, yes. Okay, to take care of yourself and your family. Sure, I understand that. But Jake's just like a kid posting pictures with money on a private plane with guns. He's not doing anything. Like, I'll say this, he's featured more women's boxers. Like, he's really shone light on women's boxers and making sure people get paid, and that's a good thing, like what they deserve. But boxing's always paid their fighters compared to UFC. So he stands on this thing of like, UFC doesn't pay their fighters, but like, I get it, you're getting some women fighters paid more. That's like a really good thing. But otherwise, it's just, he just booked himself to where if he fights a real boxer, no one cares. If he fights anyone at his level who's real, no one cares. He has to do circus freak show fights, and I'm fine with it. It reminds me of like old school Pride FC and shit like that, I guess, in a way. Just like a New Year's card with a freak show fight. I'm fucking down. And I'll tune into watching Jake get starched or whatever, but it's just a lot of people this time were just like, I didn't even watch it. Who cares? Like, I'll never watch a Jake Paul fight again. And boxing should be embarrassed. That's all I'll say about that. And then Usyk's like, I want to fight, who did he say? Wilder next. Why? Did he just not fight Wilder? Is that why? Well, Wilder has KO power. Yeah, but you're going to destroy him, bro. I'm going to look up Usyk's fucking record here. It's like, yeah, you're going to cook Wilder, though, bro. Like, all he's got is the power against you. So even that fight's like, whatever, you know, I guess it'll draw like in Saudi or something. Let me see. Oh my God, this guy's so many accolades. Can't even get through his wiki. I'm just trying to see, did he fight Wilder? Yeah, so that's like the only name from the last decade he hasn't fought is like Wilder. And it's like, all right, well, you're going to smoke him. So like, are we all hyped for that? I don't know. Anyways, enough about the MMA and the boxings. Let's talk about a couple of legends here. Or a few legends. We have some legend, or here in the MMA boxing shit, we got a Tihana bomb, we got a one-armed power bomb in an amateur match. Shout out Raquel Rodriguez. Hell yeah! And there was a power bomb KO recently in UFC as well. So. The Good Brothers will make their NWA debut on NWA Power next week. So go and check that out. The veteran Jack Vaughn there, who's been on PWT, played some games with me, made fun of Dave Meltzer, all that good shit. Rob Van Dam announced on the news on social media, writing that Karma and Saba have officially left the womb. So they had twins, Karma and Saba, the first children for Van Dam and Katie Forbes. So congratulations to them. Absolutely amazing for them. God bless them and their family. A Christmas miracle. Speaking of Christmas miracles, Saraya Page at IWR, Insane Wrestling Revolution, just stealing ECW's design and shit. Making an appearance at Insane Wrestling Revolution with her Stars in the Night entrance music. So Saraya doing some indie rounds. I think we will see her in WWE again one day. It's like she's not going to wrestle when she does it. It'll be brand ambassador, like Lana. She'll have a fucking deal with them and try and get her podcast on Fanatics, and she'll be in the games and shit on like an alumni thing. They'll sell her merch. She'll fucking, I think that's what it'll be like. Maybe limited matches. Like she might pop up to have one, but I don't even know. But her getting released early, Tony had to pay her the rest of her money. And she still has a little more to give, but on these indies, she can just make appearances and shit, you know? And then when she's ready, because she will get inducted in the Hall of Fame. And I'm not saying it's going to happen this year, but like, or the next year even, but she deserves a Hall of Fame induction just based off like, she won the NXT title, went up, won the women's title on Raw debut match. Like all that sort of kayfabe shit makes her WWE Hall of Fame worthy.
How's everyone doing tonight? Man, you guys are loud. And there's a lot of you here. Thanks for coming tonight, you guys.
Yeah, dude. Indie wrestling rules. So is side boob. Speaking of boobs, no, I'm just joking. But legends, okay? We have legends here. I was gonna start with the Ric Flair one, but we're so speaking of legends, Jerry Lawler revealed he's now colorblind following his third stroke in September. Because I'm colorblind, I can't see the colors, JR. This is black and white. I don't have a good king. Despite his health issues, Lawler hasn't ruled out one more match. Jesus, guy. I have not put it out of my mind. There's one more match in there somewhere. Bro, you lost the ability to see color. Like, why wrestle, dude? Don't. And speaking of just don't, we have two wild fucking stories here. So speaking of why and don't, Ric Flair asks why and pleads don't to someone who paid him for a fucking cameo. And so let's read this. An anonymous 1-star review on Ric Flair's cameo, right? He says, yo, I paid $600 for Rick to sit in a restaurant blasted out of his mind and say my dad's name wrong. I paid for him to say Merry Christmas to my father, Buff. He called him Barf. Barf, that's what I'm going to go do in the toilet. Woo! And just read the instructions word for word. I am super disappointed. I spent money on this. I would have got someone who actually puts the effort in for $600 to a regular person. There's a lot of money. I'm not going to give a Christmas video to my father with his hero calling him Barf. I don't know. I hope you wrote out the instructions better than you wrote out this fucking review, bud. And so this guy wrote this. After spending nearly $1,000 to have someone, so this is a whole other situation, right? Like that was one review of Ric Flair's cameo. So here's another review. After spending nearly $1,000 to have someone my brother admired enough to have tattooed on him, wish him luck on his wedding, I would have expected Rick to at least browse through the notes ahead of time, not read it word for word the first time, and most definitely not tell him he's making a mistake and to remain a GF because he was so fucked up he could barely speak right. What would have been a great gift ended up being the worst thing he's ever been gifted. Unbelievable. Now, this is going to ruin his cameo shit, but this isn't going to ruin anything else for Rick. And in fact, it might blow up his cameo because people are going to pay knowing they're going to get like shit tanked Rick, who's going to give you his authentic thoughts. And I would rather get this. If I paid for this, I would be fucking stoked if he responded with like cutting a promo, burying whatever and being wasted out of his fucking mind. I think that's funny, but I'm always looking for the joke. Other people might be like, damn, I got ripped off. But like, what do you expect from Ric Flair? Have y'all been following his career? Maybe not. Maybe their dad's an old school wrestling fan or whatever. I don't fucking know. But it's like, I would want the authentic Rick. What would have been a great gift ended up being the worst thing he's ever been gifted. Unbelievable. I don't know, dude. Like, he takes naps on bar floors and all this shit. He's just wasted 24/7. If you've been following him, this is what you should have expected. But let's listen to Rick's cameo here.
Woo! To my man Eric from Tina, fam, and the military boy. Woo! I guess it's a beautiful gift. I'm not sure why. Oh, bachelor gift. Gotcha, man.
He's like, I don't get it. Why am I doing this?
Eric has a tattoo of your famous. Woo! And guys, Eric, so many women do. So more to do.
Oh my God, he's shittered. He's fucking shittered, man.
Now he's getting married. Oh my God. Why would you get married, motherfucker? It's the worst possible commitment you could do. Because as of the day you get married, 50% of everything is hers.
We want prenup. We want prenup, yeah.
I don't care how beautiful she is. Stay her girlfriend. If family Tina and the military boys want to wish him the best of luck, Matt says diamonds are forever, and so is Ric Flair. And that's the God's honest truth, brother. I'm a diamond. I'm forever.
And then he just starts putting himself over, bro. This is fucking hilarious. Rick's had fucking more divorces than Hall of Fame inductions.
And my name is Ric Flair. Woo!
Rick's had as many divorces as fucking world title reigns in the NWA. You know what I'm saying, bud? This is crazy. Yeah, it's just sad to see Rick just that drunk and sloppy, you know? So speaking of getting sloppy, Jim Ross breaks his silence regarding the claims of racialism from Devon Dudley. So he talked to, oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. I know we've been beefing lately, but if you head down below nordvpn.com/ProWrestleTimes, you save yourself 75% on a 3-year deal with 3 extra months. Oh, come on now, Eric. That's not very fair.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Come on now, Phil. I'm the shill over here. That's my gimmick. I'm here for it, though. A healthy capitalism. I'm here for healthy capitalism, Eric. Sorry.
So, Jim, I'll give you a chance to respond.
Well,
Devon alleges that you said, I don't like you because of the color of your skin.
That's so absurd. It's not even, it doesn't
Oh, come on now, Conrad. That's not even fair. By God, Conrad, that's not even fair.
merit a response. I like Devon. I like him today. I hired he and Bubba. I thought we did a good job of booking them. They made money. They were put in situations where they could do the things they do best. You know, those TLC matches were pieces of art. They'll last forever. The Dudleys are a major part of that. Bubba, I know Bubba for sure because I've heard it, was involved in the booking of that stuff. And I don't know. I was shocked to hear that because I don't recall, Conrad, ever having a crossword with Devon Dudley. I always respected him and his work. I love the Dudley tag team. So it took me totally off guard. I never said that to Devon Dudley, and why he would conjure up that, I guess, to get attention. Maybe I thought, well, maybe he's not as happy with his post wrestling life as Bubba is, because Bubba's made a tremendous success of himself as a broadcaster, and still works. So I never said that, and I wish it had not. Some people, I'm sure, are going to still believe it, and that's their prerogative. But I'm not angry at Devon. I'm curious and don't understand why he went there. Just don't get it.
Well, why don't you guys have each other on each other's podcasts and then hash it out and figure out what happened there? You know, that's all you need to do, I guess. You both have pods. Ladies and germs, that was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
timing has been impeccable tonight. Everything has been impeccable. We have I got a super chat here. Mo Moon for 2. Phil Marks versus Conrad Blue Chews Thompson. When? In what way? Here's the thing, man. Like, I'm not even a Conrad hater. It's just he just says shit sometimes, but it's like he knows people. Like, he knows them. Like, wait, he like does a podcast with Jarrett, so he's gonna fucking say stupid shit, I guess, to protect his friend. It is what it is. Just he never shits on AEW. It's fine. I don't even care if people shit on AEW. It's just some of the shit he says. It's like, no, bro. He's like, oh, if you want kayfabe to be alive, just don't fucking use social media. Don't conduct yourself like a normal human being, like everyone else in the world, and stay away from it and only watch the show. It's like, well, bro, the show's on Netflix. So if I watch Raw on Netflix and then they start promoting Unreal to me, oh, turn it off. I just can't exist. I have to tiptoe around. Like, it's not how the algorithm works. Like, it's just, it is what it is. I don't hate Conrad, but he's the one who started like responding to me, and like and I don't think he's been shitty to me or I've been shitty to him at all. I don't think. I just, he followed me randomly and we're just have gone back and forth a couple times, and it's all good. It's all good banter. I got nothing but love for Conrad and Eric Bischoff, especially 83 Weeks Rules. Some of these other shows I don't know about. You know what I mean? Some of these other pods he does, I don't know. So we have TNA news, just a little bit of TNA. There's 330 watching. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Get those fucking likes up to 100 if they're not already. I don't know. I'm going to change the poll in the chat as well. I've gone perfect tonight other than the one match, and we have 2 matches left, right? The C2 semifinal and then the main event. So this shit'll end at what, like 11 o'clock? That's what I predicted before I came into this thing. So John Smallpoxley in finals. I smell a title. Perfect other than one match doesn't exist. Phil, yeah, you're right. Thanks for checking me. Oh, come on now, Phil. Exactly. It's funny because he said that. Oh, come on now, Eric, or whatever. I feel that Conrad is a Meltzer sheep. I don't think that, but he just does know. He knows Dave. That's all it is. Yeah, we have a little bit of TNA news. We'll just do during this promo here. Guys, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Here's all the different categories, and I'm adding more shit. We got more shit coming. So there was a private exchange between Tessa Blanchard and La Rosa Negra, who I guess she was racialist towards in the past, and Tessa made a Twitter and made a comeback, and I didn't play the aces and eights or the banjo. I apologize. And so I guess, she's like, hey, I righted this wrong in the past, and she even showed screen grabs now, and I guess La Rosa tweeted out a long time ago that like Blanchard made it right and things like that, but people are mad at her for bullying just in general. And she says, La Rosa and I are on very good terms and talk every now and then, usually about wrestling. Would love to get her in TNA one day. She attached a screenshot. So it's been long enough. Where's the screenshot? Oh, yeah. So Tessa Blanchard said, I'm not perfect, made plenty of mistakes in my life. Racialism is not one of them, nor has ever been in my heart. An incident from 10 years ago has continuously gotten twisted into something that race had absolutely nothing to do with because of the social climate. I'm tired of being used as clickbait. Move on. So Nilka Garcia says, no Spanish very well. Nena lo haces muy bonito. So I think she's like apologizing. I don't know, but honestly, so this is what they're saying in their DMs. Honestly, I don't think it's worth rehashing it's in the past and we've both moved forward. At this point, it's really no one else's business. I'm just glad we're in a better place now, and I'd rather focus on that. We remember things differently, and that's okay. However, we both know race had nothing to do with what happened that night. At the end of the day, what matters is where we are now, not what's behind us. I hope you keep succeeding and doing your best. But it's fucked because in this DM or whatever, she's saying, I know we both remember things differently that night. And it's like, so I don't know, man. I wasn't in the room, but like, what'd you say to her, bro? What'd you say to her? If she forgives you, then I guess all's forgiven and we're all good, right? So moving along here, Matt Hardy confirmed to Mike Gilbert 311 that the Hardys have been re-signed for a while with TNA Wrestling. And Tito Ortiz, so this is just funny. So Impact Wrestling, this was like years ago, but it was just funny. Someone posted this, I wanted to bring it up. So Impact Wrestling, August 1 warning. Impact, August 1, 2013. Happy August 1 warning anniversary. So this is like a remember post. And then this guy, Mad Collector 101, says, I remember popping so hard when he came out. And then Impact Wrestling responded to him and was like, you were pretty much the only one. Just felting Tito Ortiz for no reason, dude. That's crazy. And let's take a look. TNA Thursday Night Impact on AMC. God, that just sounds beautiful. January 15 at the Curtis Colwell Center, Garland, Texas. Texas B. And again, they're filling up like half the building, which is some AEW shit. I don't know why the fuck they're doing that, but they're going to tarp off the non-hard cam side and pull in AEW. Maybe for the debut show, that's a good move, but just stick to your guns. Don't start doing this shit. But also, the tickets distributed are 1,474 as of now. They're set up for 3,000. So hopefully they at least hit the 3,000, right? At least, hopefully they hit that in the next, They got 2 weeks to do it from now. So I'm rooting for them, but either way, 1,400, that beats most Dynamites lately. So, challenger brand, dude. I don't give a fuck what nobody's saying. TNA versus AEW all the way. Fucking perfect. And that, ladies and germs, is TNA. Okay, so wait a minute. So wait, we get Moxley versus Okada, and then there's still fucking like it's a treat. What matches are left? Yeah. So we get the Continental Classic final, then the main event. Guys, what is left on this card? So we had Hayter, Stat, we had FTR, we got the Women's World, we got Okada, Takeshita, Fletcher, Mox, Death Riders. Yeah, we got all. So it's the C2 final and then, the 4-way. So, yeah, this shit's ending at like 11 or like if you're on the East Coast, midnight, dude. Where are they? Where is this place? Like, I forget. Where are they emanating from here? I don't know why I forget so easily. So is this, look at what Will Washington posted. It occurred to me earlier tonight that I've been at every AEW pay-per-view in this building. I sat in this very seat for the first All Out at the then Sears Center. And tonight, what is he saying? Sorry, Center. And tonight we present World's End from a completely sold out now arena. And he's sitting in the chair. God, people, everyone's just such a mark for themselves in 2025, man. It is what it is, I guess. I just don't. It's fucking. Other dirt sheet guys who are friends with Will see that and they go, "Oh, I could be that. That could be me." I promise you. You fucking idiot. So you didn't sit in that same seat because it was a different arena. You muppet. Oh my God. Hey, Will, fuck off, bud. Oh, dude. Now arena in Chicago. Thank you. I don't know why. Usually Chicago's not. No, now arena. Usually they're not like on their. No. Yeah. What? The now arena. Let me just see. Sorry, I just want to. Let me just see. Hoffman Estates, Illinois, northwest suburb, 25 miles from Chicago. Capacity 11.2. Yeah, I think we looked that up earlier. I don't know why. I just want to look again. This is crazy that they're doing the semis and the finals tonight. Like, why would you have the mixed nuts match? Like, why don't you let people go home? So Chicago, this shit's ending at what? Midnight? No? And the crowd's just dead. They're not hype at all, dude. Fuck. And even the fucking commentary's burnt out. Like, listen to Shivani, old man withering away.
Moxley's assessment of things that he wants it more than
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure about that. One thing I do know is that the reason why.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Sicko Saturday, although there's not much in the Sicko segment because I've been enjoying my life and dealing with holiday stuff. Not dealing with, but enjoying like holiday time with family and shit. I don't have time for these reacts, but I do now because it is Sicko Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called A Very Sicko Christmas. So we only have two, and look at all these fucking. We only have two. So here's JD. What is JD saying here? So look at this. JD gets in an argument because some sicko's like, dude, your fucking car's fake in your video or whatever. Oh my God, everything's glitching out. Show probable spam. It's fucking because these are bots, bro. I have no idea what's going on. So everybody's arguing here. And this guy is a thread on like JD. And so he posted this video. You're a fathead that listens and believes from JD from NY, and you call me uneducated. Please, super chats are open. And then YouTubers who begin their shows pretending to drive in a fake Mustang.
Then go on to bitch about other people's creative decisions. Please take your hat off. You're not fooling anyone. YouTubers who begin.
People are mad at JD because he's like the cream of the crop doing it, like as far as he gets the most viewers. So it's like you're so mad at him, but why? Who else is having them drive in a little fake car? You know what I mean? Like he's just, I don't know. Is it the most brilliant creative decision? I don't know. Is his show tanking or is he the #1 wrestling pod, right? So is AEW the #1 or is it fucking tanking and people are trying to point out what's wrong with it? Right? Like it's hard to, you can criticize JD as a person all you want, or like, I don't like him or whatever, but I don't know, dude. His show is like, can we just all agree it's the biggest one next to like Cornette, I guess, or like maybe their numbers are interchangeable. Maybe Cornette doesn't do live shows, so JD's bigger in like a different way as well. They're both the biggest, and like he's like a pundit. Jim Cornette is like a guy who fucking was in the biz and did it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like two different categories even, but under the same wrestling umbrella, if you want to look at it that way. But I don't know why that makes people mad. Just let it fucking be. The good shit is going to be the good shit, you know? People like his shit, whether if you don't like it, good for you. I don't sit there and watch JD every fucking week or every day or whatever. I don't even know when he streams. I'm over him now. I'm doing my own thing, bro. But at the same time, I'm not going to cope and see that he gets more viewers than PWT. Like, the motherfucker's been doing it, and he gets the most viewers. Like, what do you – I don't know. I don't know, dude. And so people are mad at that, but they're like, oh, he drives in this fake Mustang. Now, if the fake Mustang was tanking his viewership, then yes, this would be a hilarious – oh, look at the little man in the little fake car. I get it. That's funny. Haha. But it's like, this is a bad analysis taking the angle of creative, because creatively his show's thriving. It's literally, whereas AEW is not. And then JD responds, fake? So here's this real Stang. A fake Mustang. I'm over him now. Oh. I was fucking this broad last night, and she asked, JD, can I get a ride home in your Mustang? And I said, there's cab fare on the counter, hooah. I threw a burger down her throat, then I kicked her out of there. I said, the Mustang, bitch. What is this song? You're gonna get me pulled, bro. So then this guy responds and he goes, fake Mustang from your show. This is a creative decision. Yeah, bro. It's I am handsome. It would be like someone that drew like this. It would be like someone that drew like this, saying this was shit. No, stupid. No, it's not. AEW's fucking ass. Ask the fucking almost million we're going to be at in the next 2 years who stop fucking watching the show. The at least 500,000 to 700,000 people who quit this show entirely over the last 6 years. Ask them, dude. This isn't this brilliant painting, right? JD, if you want to look at his category, he's the top of this category that we all kind of fall in. Guys talking shit on YouTube about pro wrestling. AEW's not the top of their category. Live touring, weekly television, pro wrestling show. So it's like fundamentally your approach to this and criticism of JD is fucking dumb. It's crazy. This is the type of sickos you deal with, man. I don't envy anyone who deals with it. And, speaking of dealing with the shit, Deonna Purrazzo admits constant body shaming nearly derailed her AEW career. So again, sickos calling her fat. No, it might be wackos. But in a new interview with Gabby AF, Purrazzo says, every time I tweets back, you're fat, you're a pig, you're obese, a gif of like someone jiggling their belly. Every tweet, it's nonstop. Yeah, that is fucked. And that's, who do you think that's from? Who do you think that's from? AEW fans or WWE fans? Probably, right? Like the wackos. It has to be. Like, who's hating on her? Maybe some sickos because she's always putting TNA over. I have seen, like, just randomly, you click on a post, and I've seen her say things like, oh, TNA's the best locker room I've been in. And then some sickos be like, fucking, like, snitch tagging Tony Khan. Do you see what she's saying? Like, legitimately, you see shit like that out there. So I don't know. Is it wackos or sickos? I have no clue who's just like hating on her and calling her fat. Again, there's just like people on Twitter who do that too. I'm sure under Blake Monroe's shit, it's just people saying like the grossest sexual shit and maybe even calling her a pig too and shit. But I don't know. Like Deonna Purrazzo has got a little thick, man. And I don't know. I've always thought that's been a nice quality of hers personally, but I don't know. Every tweet, it's nonstop. It's hard to see those things over and over and over again and then not have your brain stuck on it. Yeah, no doubt. And also not have your brain then repeat those things to you. And I think that when I first started at AEW, I went through such bad body shaming, and AEW had to turn the comments off of one of my posts. So that has to be Sickos. That's not WWE fans or TNA fans going, "You traitor, you fat pig." Like, what the fuck? That has to just be Sickos, bro. There's no way. Or like bots. And people, like, they didn't care about my match with Red Velvet. They cared about what my body looked like. And for me, it was kind of like, I thought we had a great match. I thought we did some cool stuff. Like, that was the least thing on my mind when I got back through the curtain. I didn't sleep that night because I just kept refreshing. I don't think so. Overall, Deonna Purrazzo going to AEW has been a negative on you and your career. I'm sorry. The fucking people started calling you fat. You're mentally, it did damage to you. It's not as fun and as good of a fucking time as the TNA locker room is and all that shit you're saying in interviews and like how you praise TNA and shit. And then like, I don't know, your bank account's more swole, I guess. Like, what the fuck? This hasn't been a positive on you. I think AEW is just fucking people up, man. Because that's not how I see myself. It's hard to see those things over and over and over. Okay. And that year, I didn't want to be on TV. I didn't want to put gear on. I didn't want to go to work and have people look at me in gear. I didn't want to be on the internet. And then it affected my body of work. My advice is I went to therapy. I have a great partner who lets me vent. I've tried to find balance between being on social media and just tweeting what I have to tweet and getting off of it. Anyone who's listening that needs someone to listen to, hit me up. I'm more than happy to have conversations and be a shoulder to lean on. The more we're vocal about it, the more we're open about it, the more we take their power away. Yeah, and like when you're showing your body off online or just like mostly online, there's like this online culture of whatever the fuck where it's like people seek validation by doing like stupid ass pranks and getting knocked out in Walmarts or fucking being one of these like little Jack Doherty pricks or whatever, or like showing off their bodies and shit. These are way people gain attention online, and typically those routes, and I'm not saying she's like an OF model, but like she's a television star who's like half naked fighting people. Like people are that's gonna be part of the game as well. But I don't think it's a coincidence her going to AEW, it was amplified. I just really don't. I'm honestly going to say it. And I know because I am the inventor of the Sickos segment. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the Sickos segment. I can't do it. My throat's cooked. Oh, my God. And she looks great, Deonna. Keep doing your goddamn thing. Fuck these sickos. And also just get validation from your husband. You have a husband. Fuck these sickos online. Ignore them. Because that's some lame ass shit. Okay, so we have Mox and Okada throwing down. I think I put a fucking, let me look. Did I change the poll? I'm not sure. Guys, we're 6 likes away from 100 likes. Thank you so much. And there is like 350 watching across X and YouTube. You guys are the goats. I appreciate you all so much. Every single one of you. Just hit heart or retweet or like or whatever if you're on the video. I appreciate that so much. And patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. So 69% said Statlander was going to win. You guys probably all cheated after the fact. No. I'm starting another poll. Who do you think wins the Continental Classic? Because this is just like for all the marbles, right? So I have no idea why they're doing this tonight, man, or why they didn't remove that mixed nuts bullshit or one of these other stupid fucking matches in exchange for this Moxley one. So I started a poll, youtube.com/at Pro Wrestle Clips. Who do you think wins the Continental Classic, Katsuchika Okada or John Moxley? 3 more likes, guys. Thank you so much. Mox did not get, yeah, he bled earlier, didn't he? You see AEW at White Castle? Yeah, dude. We covered that earlier. Lighting my friend on fire proves we're already in Mars. What? LOL. What? So yeah, I don't know, man. This 4-way, like, I hope it just doesn't go tremendously long. Like, I just feel like that's crazy to do to people on the East Coast all the time. Like, constantly fucking making them go until, like, whatever fucking time. Yeah. Who do you guys think is going to win? Vote in the poll. Sorry, I'm just something over here pulled up. We're going to see. I'm going to see what Poised is doing. Be right back. You what? 3 of y'all hit the like. Moxley for the win. I'd wrestle Nia Jax in the sheets, just not in the ring. Jesus Christ. And by God, he's broken in half. That's what would be said about you. That's what we'd all be saying about you, bud. So yeah, man. I think we got through most of the goddamn news. Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week is going to go down. It is a jam-packed one. I didn't do one over Christmas because it was like, what the fuck? You know, and then even Dave is like crazy putting over these AAA shows. Like, he gave 4.75 stars to that Jack Cartwheel match. Jack Cartwheel will just be goateder than fucking Kurt Angle when all's said and done. Crowd's just dead, man. I'm deader than I am after this shit. So yeah, crowd is just flat dead. Two more likes. Let's go, guys. We can get the 2 more. Yeah, I can't wait, dude, for Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week. He just couldn't help himself but have a melty to start the year, or like to end the year rather. And I love that so much. Because he's melting down about, if you didn't put CMLL in your top, if you think they're the number 4 promotion, well, I got something to tell you, mister. And it's just like, Dave, fuck off. No one cares. Like, no one gives a shit anymore. What the fuck you got to say? And nobody cares about CMLL. Like, I don't know what he's got to fucking hear to make him understand that. Like, when we're talking the global landscape of shit, it's hot. A couple wrestlers are like hot and known there, I guess. Some of these buildings where he's like, they sell out all the time, Brian. They don't look sold out. So I don't know. Sports Illustrated definitely didn't get paid by AEW. No, they didn't get paid. They just get, John Alba just gets fucking access. He gets that interview with Tony Khan, and he gets Tony Khan's phone number, and he can call Tony Khan next time he wants to ask something about whatever the fuck, you know? And it's cringy, man. You guys want Jericho for a like or what? Yeah, you know what? There's like 350 watching. I gotta grab one more beer. So
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yay!
we'll have one more tonight. We hit 100 likes. So that fucking rules. Shout out the PWT universe and the people who turned the show off after the fucking. So a Rainmaker from Mox. He has Move Thief. He has the Move Thief payback. And we just have the main event after this, right? Will Phil still use this if he goes back to WWE? Yeah, you're goddamn right I will. You're goddamn right I will. The PWT universe has got to come together and get Jericho, a cameo from Jericho. There's no way Mox wins the fucking... And then the crowd's cheering him and shit. After all that shit Mox did, and now they're cheering him. Yeah, let's reward Mox and fucking yeah, it was a decent match, but it's just like, what the fuck? So he's the Continental or the Unified Champion? And then does that mean that Okada's no longer a Unified Champ? Oh, that other, it's Claudio, not Gabe Kidd, you know, that other interchangeable bald white guy. And we had Gabe Kidd come out behind Chain Link like he's pretending to be Moxley. And I just don't get what's up with the title. Like, so he's the Continental, so then that means that Okada's just the international champion. Why? Why to any of this? And then now you're going to have him cut a promo.
You did it, brother. And you hear the fans. What a tournament. What an effort. We're not going to forget this for a long time.
I have no idea.
Four-time world champ. You're an international champ. Now you're the Continental champion. This has to be maybe the greatest of all time.
The hell with all that. Yeah, with all that. This thing here, this doesn't belong to me. This thing here, the Continental Championship, it belongs to everybody in this Continental Classic that busted their ass.
So he's cutting babyface promos now, guys.
It belongs to the rest of those guys. It belongs to the fans who support professional wrestling, who pay their hard-earned goddamn money. And we owe it to them to give everything.
This is cooked, bro. This is so cooked. He fucking drowned people, fucking shanked them in Minecraft, fucking cheated, stole the belt, took it hostage, beat everyone. I'm not saying he can't turn babyface, but like, what the fuck? He's cutting the rah-rah. This is for the people. This is for everyone in the back. And then he's standing there with the fucking heels of the company that everyone hates. This is straight garbage, man. I just don't fucking get it. He's fucking cutting a worse promo than Ultimate Warrior. He sounds like the ultimate warrior to the mountain. Oh, you might as well do that. He's in the ring with the most hated faction in AEW, cutting an Ultimate Warrior level babyface promo. What the fuck? Oh my God. This shit is cooked, man. I don't know, man. God damn. Well, it is what it is. I guess he's the rah-rah for the people, QB1, Cody Rhodes style babyface, I guess now, just because. Two brutal table botches, too. Like, look at this shit. If you guys are watching at home, you can see Dax just like fucking boom, or Cash, pardon me. Like, he didn't even break the table. He just flew into it neck first, and then fucking Austin Gunn fell through the table. And then we have this other one with Stokely. I don't know if you guys saw it. Stokely table. Let's type that in. And then there was this Stokely spot. You guys see this? Like, come on, man. Why are these little dudes doing multiple table spots where they can't break the tables and they're landing on their neck and shit? And it's like Stokely was pushed into a table that didn't break. Bro, he didn't even land on it fully. He went flying way too far back. Like, fuck is going on? Okay, so we got this 4-way. So Swerve's going to do a Green Lantern knockoff now. A little Jon Stewart. He likes the superheroes and all that, so he's going to do a Green Lantern knockoff. Swerve's new theme sucks, by the way. Not even trying to be a hater, but it's just the truth. He's got that Green Lantern attire on. I'm excited for the Green Lantern show. Stand back. There's a Swervicane coming through. Damn, Phil, why you assume Jon Stewart? Well, come on, bro. What do we fucking ask him who his favorite lantern is? He's going to be, oh, Hal Jordan. I love. Oh, my God. You know, I'm a big Guy Gardner fan. I love Kyle Rayner. Like, what do you think his answer is going to be if you ask him who his fucking favorite Green Lantern is, dude? Hurricane Helms logo, yeah. TK thinks it's funny. Yeah, he's done this before. He's like done like superhero type attires and shit. I just think branding goes a long way, and like even Hangman Page, you see the horses gallop, the theme hits, you know, Swerve's just like, I got a new theme and I'm gonna have new gear with a new Tron every fucking time. And it's like, all right, man. I was just kind of just being just like presenting yourself as, you know, Tony is paying this guy a lot and presenting him as a big star and he do what he wants kind of shit. But I just don't know if it helps him. Like even Hangman has the branding down, like for sure. You can make fun of him for the pink butterfly, whatever the fucks, but it's got a cool theme, you know. The fucking you see the yellow with the horses galloping, you're like, oh, it's Hangman. You know his logo and shit, you know. Swerve's like always changing it up. Cassidy was doing that too. He's changing it up every time. It's like, what the fuck, man? Samoa Joe comes out as Aquaman. So who's coming out next? MJF? MJF's got a good theme, but if he got a new one, I wouldn't be mad. Or who's this? Joe? With all the flame? Just stealing Joe's gimmick? But MJF, if he got a new theme, like, because his music is just like YouTube. Yeah, this is MJF for sure, with all these girls coming out. His music is just like YouTube. Anyone can use that music, like MJF's theme, unless Tony bought the rights to it. But it's just like generic YouTube music. So he still is kissing the diamond ring and like MJF's still kissing his diamond ring and like, here's my diamond ring. And then just for no reason, with no explanation, really, he's just not involved in that and whatever. I don't know, man. Again, the best guy.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
I don't really get it, man. And yeah, I was going to say if Joe came out before MJF, I was going to be like blasphemy, but
As soon as that music hits, I'm thinking, here comes Ego Boy. And we're sitting on full display.
and for some reason, like the music audio isn't lined like the music is being picked up through, and this has been a thing all night where the music is being picked up and the feed to the people at home is like just like a hair off from the arena music that it's also picking up. You guys notice that? Or maybe they're just letting it feed through the arena and it's like echoing. I'm not sure what's wrong with that, but if it weren't for Tony Khan, we wouldn't have Dave's dumb moment. Yeah, we would 100% still. Or Sicko segment. Yeah, it would be called something else. If it wasn't for Tony Khan, the Sickos wouldn't exist. We'd just be making fun of people in the IWC. Okay, so this is the match I personally was looking forward to throughout the night, but other than Okada Takeshita, but I didn't think they would just bury it with a fucking another Okada match in the night. I don't know, man. Do you guys like Justin Roberts? I just think he's not my favorite ring announcer, that's for sure. He's not bad or anything. He just crowd's so dead. I tweeted that out and someone responded, "This crowd's hot as fuck." It's like, no, dude. No, they're not. They're really not. So, like, what time is it in Chicago right now? 10:38. Okay, so that's what time it is here. So yeah, this pay-per-view goes till 11. Why didn't they just leave that mixed nuts match off and then have the finals? Like, that would have made the card way better. You also didn't need that FTR match, but I guess whatever. They're kissing bums, so. Yeah, Swerve and MJF showed up in shape, baby. I think MJF's got to win this shit. There's no way he doesn't. Yeah, Justin Roberts is going off right now. Yeah, I've always said, man, him bulking up, Swerve bulking up. I've always put Swerve over. He blocked me randomly as well. I don't know why. I've never really shit on him too hard. I've probably laughed at like his shockwave shit and yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I've always put him over. He's one of the guys in AEW that he like, you know, you can tell he tries, man. He put on weight. Everyone's like, oh, you should stop fucking, you need to put on weight. He put on weight, you know? He's too small. He bulked up. Fucking quit slapping the thigh. He quit slapping the thigh as much. Like, he's not the worst out there. I just think, like, I don't know. I'm okay with this, though. Mixing it up with a little four-way. Like, you gotta...
You mentioned Joe defeating MJF. Then was Swerve that dethroned Joe. And after that, Swerve...
It's just funny. Like, where's the four pillars? I think you could argue these guys, maybe like minus one of them and put Mox in there, are the four pillars of AEW. Okay. Fall away slam. Boom. Kip up from Hangman. Dive to the outside. Lands right on Joe's head. Clothesline. It's just cooked. The only thing that's cooked is that this is MJF's return match. It's just like, you're in a four-way, which is fine. But again, it's like about other guys. It's about everyone else shining. And then you just kind of like dampen the impact of his return a little bit. Because like everybody's got to get their shit in and look good in this. And it's 8:40 in Cali. Dude, you're so lucky. 11:40 p.m. here. 3 of them fell off. Wangman is overrated. Wangman. Oh, did I put a poll? Yeah, let me get a poll in there. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Come and check out one of Phil Mark's polls. Pause. Let me see. So Moxley, 54% said Moxley. Y'all cheated. Let's start a new poll. Who do you think wins the AEW World Championship Fatal 4-Way match? Samoa Joe. We will go Hangman Page as the former champ. Swerve Strickland. Or MJF. You guys vote. Who do you think's going to win? I got MJF just winning it. It's like Dave Meltzer says, sometimes the obvious thing is the right thing, Brian. The obvious thing you got to do is, if you studied and learned, you would know that the obvious thing is the thing you're supposed to do, Brian. $3:42 p.m. on Sunday in Australia, mate. In Australia, I know. Well, you know something, brother. Well, you know something, dude. I went to Australia and Japan, dude. And I wrestled 400 days, brother. I traveled backwards through time, Jack. So fucking Hangman flips, smashes faces with MJF and shit, and fucking completely misses the moonsault like a goof.
Well, that's the key, Tony. If you choose to take that strategy, you've got to choose a place to rest where you can see what's going on in the ring. so that you can break up a pin if you need to. MJF. But I don't expect that from Swerve, and I don't expect that from Hangman. Jeff is looking for the heat seeker. Swerve, fuck him off.
It's just like they didn't react to MJF setting up his move because it's just everyone doing moves and shit. Then they barely react to Swerve's like springboard double stomp to the outside because they don't know. Like, are we watching Hangman and Joe in the ring? Like, and then it's just people standing there waiting to do spots and shit. It's fucking. So there's a buckshot off the back. Pause. No Diddy party. A buckshot off the back. No Diddy's house.
Have you ever seen a more violent rivalry than between these two men? A history written in blood.
Like, they had the stare down that the fans were supposed to be like, oh, holy shit. And then they didn't give a fuck for Hangman and Swerve. Like, now they're just doing moves, flipping off ropes. It's what you do in AEW. Trade a few punches, then just like move, 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 move. Like, what is Swerve doing? And then this fucking goober referee jumping 8 feet in the air. You have Hangman doing shit that fucking Ricochet does, and they wonder why no one gets over in this shit. So Swerve just hit Hangman with his own move. The axe driver or whatever. Buckshot lariat. Oh my God. Did you guys just see how Bryce Remsburg jumped in the fucking air to make that count? Oh my God. Oh my God. Worse than Aubrey Edwards.
We'll never know because intervened. Looking was slammed off the ropes in the corner of Samoa Joe. A 3-for-1 for Samoa Joe.
Why? Like, why does he need to jump that high? The crowd's so dead.
Kicks out. That's pretty good cover by Joe as well. Great cover by Joe. Joe's fundamentals are excellent. Samoa Joe denied on 3 separate occasions there. If I were Joe, I would try to get 2 of these men out of the ring and then put the complete clutch on the other person. Well, he's got 2 out, Brian. Let's see what he does. Swerve Strickland, the man that.
Damn, man. It's crazy, too, because I say on Twitter, I'm like, dude, the crowd's so dead. And then people are like, what? They're into this and stuff. Like, some people, most people agree, but it's just like a couple people who are like, oh, they're into this. It's like, what spot? Like, yeah, they're into like a couple of these spots, but they've been just fucking quiet this whole night. They're in Chicago, bro, or just outside. Like, this is supposed to be the best, greatest wrestling city, people say. And it's just like, they're just sitting there quiet as fuck until the next spot happens. And they're probably all tired by now too. And they've been this way since the start. Like, I watched the whole fucking pre-show. I was sitting right here watching it with you guys. You can't fucking tell me otherwise. Bryce Remsburg jumping 34 feet in the fucking air to make a count is the most embarrassing thing in pro wrestling. Crowd's been dead the entire night from the beginning on. They're just dead. Look at, there's people in the front row stretching. They're just dead. tired. Everyone's sitting down. They're so dead. Listen, if you guys are watching, like, they just go, oh, to each move. That's all they do. Then they're just dead silent in between everything else. Dead silent. Oh, woo! Dead silent. Okay, buckshot, ducks under, pop up, sit out bomb. It's going to be a kick out. So they couldn't, and then crowd dead. 'Twas the night after Christmas, and all through the house, and all through this arena, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Like, what the fuck, man? They're just dead silent because it doesn't mean shit, because they could have did that spot before when Hangman was buckshotting people and shit. Or like throwing buckshots. They could have just did that between him and Swerve the first encounter they had one-on-one in the ring, man. Fucking stupid. The stupidity. Crowd's just dead quiet. What are they chanting? We want Punk? CM Punk? Were they just chanting CM Punk? Oh, shit. And now, an Alabama Slam. It can't just be like Alabama Slam cover. Fucking do all this shit all the time. And then he gets thrown off. MJF got thrown off the pile driver again. And it's like, you guys, the crowd, zero reaction for the pile driver either. And look, zero reaction for the Fujiwara.
The salt of the earth on Hangman Adam Page. And Samoa Joe has a Kakita clutch fully locked in. Yeah, did a great job, Brian. You are right on top of that one. That was a great move by MJF to break up that. MJF preserving his hopes.
And then there's like 10 marks going, he's our scumbag. And then 10 other marks going, no, he's not. Like, are you fucking kidding me, chat? People talk about bad crowds. This is a historically bad crowd. I'm sorry. For Chicago or for the area, for Illinois, this is historically bad. And look at Bryce Remsburg is the most, he's worse than Aubrey Edwards, guys. He's worse than Aubrey Edwards. Did you guys see that clapping? Two! Like, he is the worst referee I've ever seen in my life. And I'm sorry. I know I have friends that are friends with him, but I just gotta be honest, okay? I'm sorry. That is the fucking truth. Roll up. Look at this idiot jumping in the air. Oh, my God. This is literally what fucking Pritchard was talking about earlier in the show. We played Pritchard talking about the referees being goofs. This is it. Yes, guys, it's not worse than Aubrey. Bro, watch him right now. Watch him in this fucking match. Get a fucking pirate ship link, nordvpn.com/ProWrestleTimes. Do what you got to do. This motherfucker is, look at him. He just did a running 1 foot pivot halt. Did you guys see that? He just did Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, I'm running so fast, cartoon character. I have to stop myself and I'm hopping on one leg. Whoa, Nelly. Are you fucking kidding me? This is the worst referee I've ever seen in my life with this overacting shit. I said this a long time ago. He's worse than Aubrey. Fucking crazy that he just did that. Whoa! Whoa! Skipping on 1 foot. Like you're fucking Sonic the Hedgehog, dude. He just offends me greatly. Sorry, it's subjective. Whoever, if you think Aubrey's worse, she's worse. I'm just saying, dude, this guy fucking watch him. It is so distracting. And then look how he jumps up to make the count. If I was in kayfabe, a wrestler, he would have heat with me. And in real life, it'd be like, stop doing that on the counts. You're fucking burying my shit. Like, you're jumping 8 feet in the fucking air. Like, just fucking count it normally. You're making us look stupid. Like, that's what it would be a real life problem if that was me. Okay, the ops are all running out now. Yeah, the skid noise. Screech. Muscle Buster. Oh my God. Then look how high up he is on the false finish. So it doesn't look good because you're 10 feet in the air by the time Hangman kicks out because he expects you to count like a regular person, not jump 4 feet in the air. So it just looks like it was a 1, 2, like a barely even a 2 count by the time Hangman's kicking out, and you fuck it all up with that shit. Seriously offensive. Now just a bunch of fucking idiots running in like, ugh. And then someone's going to cheat even though you saw a guy poke eyes and shit and you didn't care. Okay, now the coquina clutch. Chin breaker. Hook's just standing there still. Like, yeah, so Hook's just standing there like a bitch. Just waiting for him to look. Oh, man, we don't have a problem here. Like, why would Hangman do that? How would you be that retarded when there's been 12 run-ins and then all of a sudden just the one is going to distract you that much? Holy fuck, man. Who booked this shit? Oh, that was a nice swerve stomp on Joe. Hangman just fucking rolls out. So now what is Swerve doing now? Yeah, Joe, muscle buster this guy and go home. Like, what are we doing here? What is Joe doing? He's going to, like, DDT him off the top, or? Okay. Power bomb. So a big power bomb on Joe from Swerve. He's going to hit the stomp, then MJF's going to fucking So he's going to swerve stomp him again. Yeah, see, MJF creeps in, pushes him off. And then there's going to be one extra shit with Hangman. Oh, a big boot. So Hangman's setting up the buckshot, but still, like, MJF will sneak in and win it. Watch. So he's got to hit Joe with the 2 buckshots to knock him over. They've kind of established that. Joe can eat a few of these guys. Okay, Hangman, no, you're not pumping up the crowd. You're trying to win the world title. Like, fuck. Oh, and then MJF runs in, nut shot, the DDT on Joe. Yeah, it's just the most obvious booking. It's the most obvious booking. I predicted everything right, except for the mixed nuts bullshit. Got every single match right.
He played the long game. But he played it. He did. I mean, you saw Swerve pushing off the top rope into the table. The hit of the floor. Hangman out of eight was doing snow and Joe the buckshot lands. Remember, it took 3 buckshot lands for Hangman.
Yeah, that was like the most predictable show ever. So, like, MJF winning, word, I guess. I mean, Joe is good, but he's going to go film Twisted Metal. Like I told you guys, Anthony Mackie, they wrapped filming for Avengers. Twisted Metal, it got renewed for another season. It's just Joe and MJF taking turns while they're not doing Hollywood shit being the world champion. We're just stuck in a time loop. And it's just so predictable. He comes back. The crowd just doesn't care. They're dead. They're even dead right now. They're not going nuts. The finish was whatever. They hit 4 finishers on Joe. He just crept in at the end, stole it. Like we knew that's what was going to happen. Crowd was dead through the whole show. You see people just filing out. And then they're just quickly plugging matches for New Year's Smash and shit, like anyone cares. Again, I called it TBS title, Monet versus Nightingale. So Monet and Athena won an 8-person tag and pinned one of the tag champs. So they got a shot at the tag champs, and then the tag champs Willow pinned Monet, so that means Willow gets a shot at the singles title. It's fucking stupid. Like, what the fuck, man? What a tremendously bad fucking, like, honest to God, man. It wasn't like the word, like, okay, there were some good matches, but like all of this shit for everyone being like, oh man, WWE, like, what was this? What do you call this predictable fucking Mox, like the nonsensical booking? Like I saw someone post on Twitter that Daniel Bryan during the Mox shit, he's like, well, maybe this tournament made him love AEW again. Trying to explain away that garbage. Like, why? Why can't we just explain this shit? And how is that Booker of the Year? If they want to say, well, John Cena's final match, it wasn't booked good to end the year, then what the fuck was that? That was a fucking travesty to end their year, man. That's insane. Also, this whole Babes of Wrath win a tag tournament for the titles. Monet pins Willow in an 8-woman tag and gets a shot at the tag belts. Then Willow pins Monet. I got to tweet this out. And gets a shot at Monet's singles title. Booker of the year. Hashtag Booker of the year, dude. AEW World's End. We got to tweet that out. It's fucking terrible. Yeah, I don't know, man. Overall, I rate that. That was like a fucking C+ for me at the absolute most. That was a C+. It wasn't like the worst show of all time, but it absolutely, the story, maybe it was. I don't know. I think the ref offended me more than anything. Remsburg offended me more than fucking anything, I think, tonight. Let's see. I predicted every single match correct other than the mixed nuts bullshit, because who gives a fuck? It was obvious everyone was going to retain their titles, other than, I guess, Okada, so that MJF could win the title at the end of the night. So I guess Okada lost half of a belt. This is what I'm saying. Like, he lost half a belt. That's what that means. And then you have this fucking John Moxley cutting a babyface promo after he's been like the biggest heel of all time. And he's standing there with the heel group and being like, this is for all the people, warrior. It's just complete and utter bullshit. And Joe did his thing for that little bit of time that he could. That's cool. But yeah, they just trade off Joe and MJF in between Hollywood gigs, and then none of this shit meant anything. Then they did the semifinals and the final, and they sent everyone home at 11. What is chat saying? All around, the unified championship is pointless. Why put a belt on someone that has other plans and will not stick around for a real title run? Yeah, that's all. But that's Joe. But that's MJF too. That's everybody. Why do the Beth Phoenix thing if you knew Adam Copeland was going to go film that Percy Jackson shit? Because Tony's the worst booker of maybe all time. Literally, like, it's him and Herb. The best Aiden guys, Tony Khan. They're like the two worst bookers, dude. It's fucking terrible, man. 5 stars, Phil. The ununified title, exactly, man. Minus 50 flutes. Not even MJF could save this. Yeah. Okay, guys, get a membership. 99 cents. It's been a long one. It's been 5 hours. I love you all. I'll see you guys in the Upside Down. Member Monday goes down Monday. Wednesday's live show, we will react to all this good shit. I appreciate you all for being here. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Almost 400 watching. Pretty well consistently throughout the night. Hit the like button, hit retweet, tell a friend. I have been Phil Marks. I'll see you guys this week. Yeah, the Wednesday show might be a little earlier because it's on New Year's Eve and I got some plans or whatever. But other than that, we're back in the full swing of things. Look out for Member Monday. Love you guys. Yeah, let me know what you guys think in the comments or the chat, like what you guys grade this. I grade that shit like a C+, C-, C in my book. See you guys. See you in the Upside Down.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know, what's the point? The point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me. Okay, so complain, but I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be like my favorite movie. Lifetime. This is so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.